Before we begin, I know I have my welcome before the prayer, but I am going to ask Mrs. Charmaine Lewis, University Counselor, to come and offer a word of prayer so that we can get started on an excellent day.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Please stand for prayer. Hallelujah. Heavenly Father, we thank you this morning for your goodness and your mercy. We thank you, Lord, for this awesome privilege to worship you and to praise your matchless name. Lord, we ascribe all glory, all power, and dominion to you as we humbly submit ourselves and this forum to you. Lord, we acknowledge you in all our ways this morning so that you would direct our paths. And we ask for your wisdom, your revelation, and more understanding as we begin this exciting forum. We thank you, Lord, for the opportunity that you have given to our university, the University of Technology, the birthplace of greatness, to host this forum. We thank you for the wonderful collaboration, Lord, with these great institutions, with UEMONA, with CMU, NCU, ISENS, and the many other important stakeholders present in this room, Lord. And we ask that you multiply your blessings on each of them. Father, we commit this forum to you, and we ask for clarity of thought and discussion so that your purpose and will for our nation will be advanced, so that Jamaica may increase in beauty, fellowship, and prosperity, and play her part in advancing the welfare of not just the whole human race, but your kingdom here on earth. In Jesus Christ's name, we have prayed. Let all God's people say, amen.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Lewis. You have set us in a good position to start today's events. Mr. Brian Richardson, Chief Technical Director at the Ministry of Science, Energy, Telecommunications, and Transport. Dr. Kevin Brown, President, University of Technology, Jamaica. Professor Andrew Spencer, President, the Caribbean Maritime University. Professor Marvin Reed, Acting Deputy Principal of UEMONA. Professor Charles Grant, Director General of ISENS. Mr. Hale Dennis, Senior Reactor Engineer. Panelists, panel moderators, deans, faculty, other university staff, students, and members of the public. On the behalf of the organizing committee, I extend a warm welcome to you to the Nuclear Energy Forum, adding to the Jamaican energy mix. We are thrilled to see such a diverse and engaging audience gathered here today. And I can tell it's going to be engaging based on the discussions that have been had so far. To our esteemed plenary speakers and panelists, your presence signifies the importance of this conversation as we explore the potential of nuclear energy in Jamaica's energy future. We are grateful for your expertise and insights. To the faculty and staff of our esteemed universities, your dedication to research and education is crucial in shaping informed discussions on energy solutions. We value your participation in this vital dialogue. And to our enthusiastic students, your curiosity and desire to learn are the driving force behind a sustainable future. We encourage you to actively engage in the discussions and to ask questions throughout the forum. Finally, to the general public, your presence here, both physically and virtually, demonstrates your commitment to understanding the potential role of nuclear energy in Jamaica's energy mix. Your voices and perspectives are essential in this collective exploration. This forum presents an exciting opportunity for open dialogue, knowledge sharing, and critical analysis. Through the panel discussions and plenary talks, we aim to delve into the technical, human resources, safety, and regulatory requirements for integrating nuclear energy into Jamaica's energy landscape. We believe that informed discussions and collaborations are key to charting a sustainable energy future for Jamaica. We hope that this forum will serve as a platform to gain valuable insights, address concerns, and collectively explore the potential of nuclear energy for the benefit of our nation. Thank you once again for joining us. Let us embark on this important conversation with open minds and a shared commitment to a brighter energy future for Jamaica. Welcome all. Now, onto the program. We are about to begin our program. So what we will now move into the greetings, and just to note before that begins, on the program, both on the flyer outside, there are QR codes, so if you have your mobile phone, you can scan them and you'll get a copy of this program, so you can follow along, because this will not be on screen throughout the day. All right? So I will ask at this time Dr. Kevin Brown, the president of the University of Technology, to bring greetings on behalf of the university. Dr. Brown.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Therese Chambers. Good morning. And I wanted to start by commending you on organizing this important forum. So thanks to you and your team. I also wish to acknowledge Mr. Brian Richardson from MSET with 2 T's, right? Representing Honorable Darrell Vaz, Minister. Fellow countryman, Professor Marvin Reed, Acting Deputy Principal for UWI. Welcome to UTech. Professor Andrew Spencer, President of the Caribbean Maritime University. I'm not sure if NCU is represented today, as we were expecting Dr. Lincoln Edwards, the President, but to the representatives here from NCU, welcome. I can see faculty members, deans, welcome, heads of school, other members of the UTech staff, other visitors from various universities across Jamaica, specially invited guests, students, welcome to this very important forum. I never thought I would be standing here discussing nuclear energy in Jamaica. I thought we would maximize wind energy first and then solar, but here we are speaking about nuclear. But what is important is that we're having the conversation and it is being done in a very collaborative approach. And I'm really happy to have Professor Spencer here, Professor Marvin, and representatives from NCU. This is how I'd want us as higher education institutions to work together. I have said it since I've got here, and I've only been here 7 months. UTech is not here to compete with other public institutions, because we are here to serve the national good. And all we need to do is align ourselves with the government's agenda. That's all. Not here to compete. So I'm really happy that all of us are here, and all of us together as public institutions are going to work with industry and other public sector stakeholders to figure out how we introduce nuclear energy. Now, as most of you know, I've lived overseas for many years in a country that has nuclear energy power plants, in a country that is thinking about what to do with nuclear energy because they have aging nuclear power plants, and they have struggled to decommission them. And now as they try to renew these nuclear plants, they're finding that the cost, I don't know who on here is going to touch on the cost, who is the expert in the room, but I can tell you it's very expensive. Now in my previous company, we were also looking at nuclear energy. But what we were looking to introduce were what we are calling micro reactors. So essentially having miniature nuclear plants that you could introduce to small communities, small towns, what was considered cheaper, etc. But it was still at the conceptual stage. And I noticed my previous company is rolling back on that idea. So it's not easy. That's the point I'm trying to make. And so as we venture into the conversation around nuclear energy, I want us to sort of understand really what we're trying to do here. But nonetheless, I believe it's an opportunity for Jamaica. We are not blessed with fossil fuels. We don't operate in a federal state where Trinidad would share some of their oil with us at a cheaper rate. And so we will have to find methods and approaches that will work for Jamaica. So I'm going to share my thoughts, all of them, albeit philosophical. I'll let the experts speak to the technicalities. So as we know, nuclear energy has been a source of reliable and stable electricity generation. It has the potential, some argue, to produce low greenhouse gas emissions compared to fossil fuels. But you do have some advocates who have proposed that the expansion of nuclear energy as a means of reducing carbon emissions comes with various challenges. The United States, for example, had a nuclear plant, and some of you may remember in 1979, the 3 Mile Island accident. Recently, we had the Fukushima disaster in Japan. And so it has brought nuclear energy into the spotlight as it relates to safety and safety standards. And I know, I suspect that will be a big part of the conversation for Jamaica. We're a very small island. So just imagine if you have a Fukushima in Jamaica. A small island dependent on tourism through the beauty of the island, flora and fauna, and the beaches. So just imagine if you had a nuclear disaster in Jamaica. I wouldn't want to be the engineer doing the risk assessment for installing a plant in Jamaica. Tiny space, tiny island. But universities do exist to do research. And what we want to do with our partners, UE, CMU, NCU, and others, is to put our brightest minds on this task. Our brightest minds, our faculty, our academics, put them on the task of looking at the viability of nuclear energy, tackling all the technical issues, and working together to solve these challenges. And I'll just end by saying that UTech has been an institution that has been looking at renewable energy. We have dabbled in hydrogen, looking at how we could use hydrogen as cooking gas. We have also looked at solar-powered water systems and many other research activities. So I want to just end by congratulating the team on hosting this conversation around nuclear energy. And I want to thank you all for participating in this symposium. It's a very important symposium. And if the government is serious about nuclear energy, my warning to them from my many years in a country that has nuclear energy is that I hope the funding, wherever this funding is to be identified, I hope the funding will be put behind this initiative. That the universities will not just be here talking about nuclear energy, but in 5 years' time and beyond, we will come back to this forum dispersing the research that has been done funded by government, public and private sector stakeholders. Without the funding, this goes nowhere. Without the funding, our researchers cannot do the work. So I want to just make that very clear, that we are ready, the talent is here amongst all the public institutions, but we will need that funding to do the work. But nonetheless, let's start with the conversation today. I am sure, CTD, you will speak to the funding matter when you get the microphone, right? All right, thank you very much. Enjoy your symposium.
Thank you very much, Dr. Brown. Oh, you're putting him on the spot this morning. All right, thank you. All right, Professor Marvin Reed, can you bring some greetings on behalf of the University of the West Indies?
Just assuming that the university knows anything about nuclear, right? Good morning, colleagues, Dr. Chambers, fellow invitees, guests. I'm just going to say all protocol observed so I can maximize the use of the short time that they have provided me to have a conversation or a discussion with you. So I'd like to start by just sharing with you a bit of a personal journey. So for some of you who may or may not know, I attended that great university down the road called Arden High. And when I was at school, my main hope when I was in sixth form was to become a nuclear physicist. But having a conversation in 6A, that's what we used to call it in those days, with my physics teacher at the time, he encouraged me to, Marvin, you're in a third world country, nuclear things not well developed, unless you're planning to migrate, do something practical, so go do medicine. So I did medicine, but being a rebellious soul, I then went on to do doctoral studies, and lo and behold, my doctoral studies involved the use of radioactive material. And so I've had a long career using both radioactive and stable isotope material as part of my professional career. So I've said that to say that unlike President Brown, who seemed to be a bit ambivalent about the introduction of nuclear technology, I'm saying, where is it? It should have been here a long time ago. Right, so I like to indicate that I'm a very biased person when it comes to nuclear technology. So much so, as Professor Charles here would tell you, one of my tasks in the last few years was really the reintroduction of nuclear technology to the health sector, in particular the University of the West Indies, where we now use radioactive isotope to do wonderful things, diagnose cancer, treat cancer, and heart disease, and so on. So the truth be told is that as a technology, and as there's always the good, the bad, and the ugly. And the question is not the bad, it's really how do you regulate the process? And in order to get the introduction of these nuclear technologies in a sustainable manner, the governments of Jamaica, in partnership with the university, and in partnership with the International Atomic Energy Agency, tried to create an environment. So we established the hazardous substance regulatory authorities to ensure that we had proper oversight of nuclear material, and so on. We have the slowpoke at UWI that we have been using now for decades. That has contributed a lot to the understanding of environmental issues here in Jamaica. So I'm very gung-ho about the whole concept of nuclear technology being a part of our energy mix. As President Brown alluded to, we will only be competitive in our manufacturing sector if it is that we can have a relatively cheap source of electricity. It goes without saying. And as we now move to the fourth industrial revolution, which sees the convergence of AI, digital, biological, genetic engineering, all of these worlds, the fact remains is that the creation, storage, manipulation of all of these data is a very energy-intensive activity. And if we're going to be competing effectively and look at it in terms from a developmental perspective, we really need to ensure that we have, as I said, an energy mix that is diverse, so that we're not dependent upon any one source, but also relatively cost-effective. The main challenge with nuclear technology, as you will hear, and as has been alluded to before, is a concern about the environmental impact when things go wrong. And you know, that has to be taken in form of any form of risk assessment that we do, and that has to be counterbalanced by the fact that, generally speaking, I think it's well accepted now that there's less greenhouse gases produced in the utilization of energy, nuclear technology. And so we are currently experiencing the effects of climate change. All of us know that if we would just take a walk outside, we're burning up. All of us seeing effects of drought. All of us are seeing all of these things. So climate change is not a theoretical construct now to anyone. The hurricanes are worse off. Some of us felt that nice tremor yesterday. So we know that these things are substantial and real. But what I want to say is that I'm very happy that UTEC has decided to host this forum, as I think it was long overdue, because we really need to put together the best minds that we have in the country to see not if, but when and how it is we can incorporate nuclear technology as part of our energy mix. So I thank you for the few things and do hope that we do have a productive conference for the rest of the day. Dr. Chambers?
Thank you, Professor Reed. It is so good that we have almost polar opposite thoughts. And that is that's what sparks the discussion. All right. Professor Andrew Spencer, could I ask you to come forward? Let's see if you're right in the middle.
Thank you very much, Doc. Well, no, you're right, Prof. I am the referee here. Because when you have a scientist who is a purist in the way that he is, and then you have an engineer having a conversation, then you have to bring the business strategist in to talk about what makes sense. Dollars and cents, right? I greet President Brown, I greet Prof. Reed, I greet the CTD at MSET with a double T. And I really want to just make a quick point, though, because I'm going to be here for a very short time. This is exciting to us at the CMU, because the CMU is not new to having cutting-edge conversations that would seem to threaten boundaries and borders. It's what we do, and this is how we push the envelope, and this is how we ensure that we're ahead of the game. It is why, many years ago, even though I will never argue with my friend, and I agree with Dr. Brown, you know, that we have to work together. We must. It's for national development. And I will never challenge him on the notion, because he says UTEC has been doing STEM before. STEM was a buzzword, right? So I'm not going to challenge him on that. But just to say that the CMU has always embraced STEM education and STEM as a propellant for what we do. So we don't claim it to be our core, but we claim it to be the fuel or the energy that drives us. And I use that deliberately today as we speak about energy. And it is why we invested some years ago in ensuring that we have some exceptional laboratory facilities, cutting edge in the area of engineering. But I wanted to also just make a quick point about how this impacts us. So the conversation today really is, does it make sense to keep doing what we're doing in terms of the energy sources that we continue to rely on? And we don't think so. The CMU has embarked on a project which should see us by October of this year fully solarizing our campus. Fully. It's a partnership with iSense out of the UK and funded by the UAE government. And a part of that conversation is we're going to have surplus as well. What do we do with the surplus? Let's talk to MSET about how we can look at what we do with that surplus as we seek to take ourselves off the grid if they'll allow us to do that. So we're excited about this kind of conversation because the CMU likes to put itself at the forefront of thought leadership in everything shipping, logistics, marine and nautical studies, and that's our core, right, Dr. Brown? And one of the things for us certainly is the conversation surrounding the decarbonization of shipping. So we are open to any conversation that's going to enable us to have more cost-effective forms of energy that will allow us to drive an agenda that combats what Prof. Reed spoke about in terms of the climate change challenges. So shore power, for example, is one of the things that is a big conversation piece in the Caribbean. Nobody has been able to do it. Antigua, as small as they are engaging players to talk about shore power so that vessels in port, idle, and burning fuel can stop doing that by having electric connections. Jamaica, as a major player in the porting space, really ought to be at the forefront of that conversation. So what will benefit our shipping and logistics environment? We're very interested in that, because if we don't get it right, and if we don't have cost-efficient ways and cost-effective ways of doing this, what then happens is that everything is challenged, and Dr. Brown can't do STEM properly because nothing comes by ships, because we're having all these challenges and the CMU can't do what it must do, and our players at the Port Authority can't do what they must do. And MSET then has a major challenge on its hand, and then the Office of the Prime Minister will have a crisis, and the Ministry of Finance in particular. So I leave you with that thought as we partner for national development, as President Brown said, that this is a conversation that's timely. I congratulate Dr. Chambers for pushing for this conversation to happen, and I also claim her as our own since she sits on the CMU Council. I leave you with that. I wish you a very productive conversation today.
Thank you, Professor Spencer. I wonder how many people claiming me today. All right. So now here we have a presentation from Mr. Brian Richardson of MSET. And he is speaking on behalf of the Minister Vaz.
Thank you. Morning, everyone. So let me just say good morning again, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed colleagues, and the large gathering of students here. Before I get into my greetings, let me just settle the room a little. I stay in my lane, and that's why I'm reading from this, right? And when you talk about finance, that's somebody else's lane, yes? And that's not within the Ministry of Science, Energy, Telecommunications, and Transport, MSET-T. So, but certainly what we can do is set a policy position to ensure that we get ourselves to a future point that everybody is willing to. So when it comes to the finance matter, that's not on my shoulders. I don't believe it's on the minister's shoulders or my permanent secretary's shoulders. So stay in my lane. All right, so first I must convey apologies from Minister Vaz, who regrettably could not attend today's symposium due to unforeseen events. He and his permanent secretary, Ms. Carol Palmer, have entrusted me to bring warm greetings from the ministry at this important gathering. It is with great enthusiasm that I welcome you to this Conversation in Nuclear Energy Forum, which has been so ably convened by the UTEC. I mean, it's something that's required, and I must applaud you, Prof, and your team for bringing this to the fore. This event serves as a crucial platform for dialogue among leading experts in nuclear energy, within local and international, I believe. It aims to foster a robust exchange of ideas on integrating nuclear energy into Jamaica's energy portfolio. Today, we are set to explore the transformative potential of nuclear energy, particularly through the lens of small modular nuclear reactors, SMRs. SMRs represent a significant breakthrough for island nations like ours. They offer a scalable, less carbon-intensive solution that aligns well with our goal of sustainable energy for a sustainable energy future. The deployment of nuclear could accelerate the journey towards our sustainable energy goals by providing stable, low-carbon power and firm power as well, not intermittent. This is essential not only for reducing reliance on imported fossil fuels, but also supporting our energy-intensive industries in a sustainable manner. SMRs could dramatically reshape the energy landscape by enhancing our energy security, reducing our carbon footprint, and offering a reliable power supply to complement that solar power that's coming up at CMU and sources like wind as well. SMR's modularity and scalability mean that they can be deployed incrementally, so in small amounts, not just this large plant, matching demand growth without upfront financial and infrastructural burdens typically associated with that older nuclear power plant technology that most people are aware of. SMR is basically considered version 2.0 of nuclear energy. Our agenda here today includes insightful presentations and dynamic panel discussions designed to deepen our understanding and drive informed collective actions. I am proud of the ministry's commitment to maintain an open dialogue on this critical topic. And I'm also proud that we are aiming to ensure that our approach to nuclear energy is innovative, culturally accepted, and informed by best practices. Thank you for your dedication to this cause and for your participation in what I'm confident will be a fruitful exchange of ideas and expertise.
Thank you very much, Mr. Richardson. Well, no money yet. I'll say yet. We're at the end of the greetings, and the next item is the plenary by Mr. Hale Dennis. And while he makes his way here, I must say a special greeting. And this is to someone who is online, who unfortunately is not able to be here. And this is the chairman of the board of iSense, Dr. Paris Leo Ayi. He sends his apologies. He has a little emergency, so he is unfortunately not here, but he is online, and I'm sure we'll be hearing from him online. He may be able to attend later on. Hopefully he can, still keeping fingers crossed, but that's why he's not here. All right, but welcome Dr. Paris Lioai in the virtual space. Now, to get us started so that we can understand what the technology is about, we have the senior reactor engineer, Mr. Hale Dennis, from iSense, which is the International Center for Environmental and Nuclear Sciences, and they're located over by the University of the West Indies Mona campus. Mr. Dennis.
The Richardson, I think he stepped out. Heads of schools, heads of departments, good morning everyone. My presentation this morning will be looking at exploring advancements in nuclear reactor technologies, mainly focused on small modular reactors. There has been a lot of activity in that space over the years. So this morning I am just going to give you a brief overview of some of those activities. Focused on small modular reactors. No, this is the outline of my presentation. I'm not sure how many of us are let's say, au fait with what nuclear power is, what a nuclear power reactor is. So I'm just going to give a brief introduction of that, and then we'll move into looking at the state of development and some deployment activities, and then looking just at some brief comparisons between the larger nuclear power plants that we're mostly used to, and comparing them with these smaller modular reactors. Then I'll be looking at some unique SMR safety features that let's say make them more attractive to smaller countries like Jamaica, right? And then I'll finish off with some conclusions. Now just a little about myself. I have a BSc in chemistry from UWI Mona. I did a master's degree in reactor physics and technology at the University of Birmingham in the UK. I'm senior engineer and reactor manager at iSense. I have been an adjunct lecturer in the Faculty of Engineering at UWI Mona for over 10 years now, where I have been introducing undergraduate students to nuclear power generation. I have a little bit of expertise in radiation protection and safety, mainly focused on industrial radiation safety. All right. So what is nuclear power? So nuclear power is essentially the use of nuclear reactions, or the energy within an atom to generate electricity. Nuclear power is one of the largest sources of clean energy, and the main difference between a nuclear power plant and a conventional fossil fuel power plant is how the heat is generated to make the steam, right? So here we have an example or an illustration of a fossil fuel power plant. Seeing the laser pointer. All right, so here we have our fossil fuel being burnt, which is the source of heat. It heats water in a boiler or a steam generator, which makes steam. It goes to a turbine, which turns a generator, and electricity is generated and sent to the grid. Here we have a nuclear power plant, where now the source of heat is via the nuclear reactions in the fuel, right? So this heat heats water in a steam generator, which makes steam, which turns a turbine, which turns a generator, and electricity is generated. So as we see here, the only difference is how the heat is generated is the source of heat. Now, what are small modular reactors? To get to that idea, we look at the traditionally large nuclear reactors. So conventional power reactors, which are typically large, um, usually have power outputs in the range of about 700 megawatts electric and higher. These generally have extremely large footprints, and one thing that Dr. Brown mentioned is the large emergency planning zones that is usually associated with these larger reactors. And this is always a cause for concern whenever it's a concern point raised, whenever there's a mention of a nuclear power plant in a small country like Jamaica. And these larger conventional reactors, they are typically only used for electricity generation. Now, small modular reactors, on the other hand, are advanced reactors with power capacity usually up to about 300 megawatts electric. There are a couple designs that are a little bit higher than the 300, but generally speaking, it's up to 300 megawatts. And these reactors are capable of being built in factories, unlike the larger conventional reactors, which are almost completely constructed on site. These reactors, they are smaller in size compared to the traditional reactors, and they are more modular in nature, meaning they can be built in factories, they can be installed, begin operation only of a few units or a few modules, and then more modules can be added later on as the need arises. There are also microreactors which generate up to 20 megawatts. And the modularity and advanced safety features of these SMRs, they don't make them more attractive to industries and countries with smaller size grids like Jamaica. Now, with the smaller footprints of these small modular reactors, they don't have greater flexibility in terms of where they can be sited. This flexibility enables their use in a lot of instances in cases like remote locations in smaller countries where the traditionally larger power plants they may not be feasible or even practical. And significant advancements have been made in SMR technologies, but there are some lingering issues which has to be taken into consideration, like for instance, the staffing, especially of the control room. With the larger reactors, each reactor usually has its own control room. Now with the SMRs, where the idea is to have multiple reactors, it isn't completely worked out as yet or finalized how the control room would be staffed for the operation of multiple reactor units. So that's just one example. And although SMRs are designed for lower upfront costs, their economic viability still needs to be proven. Now here we have a comparison of a typical pressurized water reactor and its containment building on the left. And one of the SMRs under development at the moment. So in these larger power reactors, this one specifically, it could fit over 100 of these smaller reactors in its containment building. So that's just a comparison of the reduction in the size. And the same new scale design, which is called the Voyager, this is an illustration of what the reactor building would look like with the multiple reactor units. And as I mentioned earlier, these are, each one of these are individual reactors, or modules as they call them. One of the advantages of having the modules, as I mentioned earlier, usually with the construction of the larger power plants, they normally take many years to construct. So, and they normally go over schedule and over budget. So this was a deterrent to investors. With small modular reactors now, we could start operating a power plant with only 1 or 2 units, while the other units are added as a later date. So this makes it more attractive to investors because they start earning money back on their, they start to get a return on their investment much sooner. And SMRs are also being developed to have multi-purpose application. Now, as I mentioned a couple of minutes ago, the larger conventional reactors, they were typically only used for electricity generation. SMRs now are being developed not only to generate electricity, but also to be coupled with hydrogen production plants that Dr. Brown mentioned again earlier, district heating, to replace aging fossil fuel plants, and also to be integrated with renewables. So we all know that renewables are intermittent. So what the idea of this integration is for the smaller reactors to load follow. So as when so to load follow and try to maximize the use of the renewables. So when the renewables are available, the power of these reactors would reduce, and when the intermittency is beginning to affect these renewable technologies, the reactor would be able to load to ramp up their power and provide electricity to the grid. And also they are also being developed to be used in seawater desalination. Now, at the moment, there is approximately 80 SMR designs under development in many countries around the world, and these are based on a number of different technologies. Now, here we can see the state of development. The ones to the left are in the pre-conceptual or conceptual design stage. So essentially just a reactor concept, reactor design on paper. And moving further to the right, we have some of the reactors which are in the very detailed design stage, and a lot of them are about to go into construction. We have a few of them under construction. The Carmen in Argentina, which I'll say a little bit about later. The ACP 100 in China, and the breast reactor in Russia. It's a French design, but it's being constructed. The first unit is being constructed in Russia. And then we have some of these SMRs already in operation. So so these are primarily these two: the HTRPM in China and the KLT in Russia also. Now the state of deployment. So as I mentioned, the two SMR reactors which are already in operation, the KLT-40S, which was connected to the grid in 2019, and the HTRPM, which was connected to the grid in China in 2021. Now, here we see some planned dates of connection to the grid. So a couple of these reactors are under construction, as I mentioned, and I will say a little bit more about these individually in the following slides. Now in Argentina, the Carmen reactor, which is completely Argentinian, in terms of the conceptual design, the construction, everything is developed and being built in Argentina. They had planned for grid connection in 2026, but earlier this year, this project was halted mainly due to financial reasons. In Canada, the plans have been advanced. The plans are advanced for the construction of a microreactor. This MMR is one of those microreactors, and they have a plan to have the first construction, to have the first reactor constructed and put in operation before 2030. Now that's the general trend that we are seeing here, is to have these reactors connected to the grid, deployed before 2030, even though a lot of them, they haven't begun construction as yet. All right, so this is another shift also when you're looking at the traditionally larger reactors, which normally take several years to construct. And again, here we see the general trend again for most of these reactors to be deployed, to have the first plant constructed before 2030. Now looking at the deployment timeline for the traditionally larger reactors, I'm following what you call the IAEA's milestone approach, where the introduction of nuclear power to a country, or or expanding their nuclear power program, the IAEA, they recommend doing things in a phased basis, which is called the milestone approach. It has 3 phases and 3 important milestones. So in phase 1 is where we have our pre-feasibility studies, the site survey, then a comprehensive report is developed, looking at a number of what you call infrastructure issues to see what is the country's state of readiness, and also if nuclear, if the introduction of a nuclear energy program would be beneficial to that particular country. Then, based on this comprehensive report, a country would be in a position to make an informed decision, or to come to a national position. So, so this phase usually takes about 1 to 3 years. Then we have phase 2, which usually takes anywhere from 3 to 7 years, and then phase 3 up to 10 years. So the minimum amount of time that the IAEA recommends for the deployment of a nuclear power plant, in the case of the larger nuclear power plants, is a minimum of 11 years up to about 20 years. So anywhere from 11 to 20 years. SMRs are still in the early, let's say, stages of development, but this is what the SMR timeline may look like. In phase 1, it will still be the 1 to 3 years, because all of that preliminary study still has to be completed. But what they are targeting to reduce is the phase 2 and the phase 3. So because a lot of these will be constructed in the factory on a production line, this would greatly reduce the construction times. And then the licensing period as well, for the larger reactors, almost all the nuclear power plants are slightly different. With the SMRs, because they will be manufactured on a production line, they will all almost be identical. All right. So the like the safety reviews, they will almost be a standard process, etc. So now we see the timeline potentially being reduced from a minimum of 11 years to roughly a minimum of 5 to 6 years. Now looking at some of the design safety features of SMRs, one of the biggest concerns that people generally have when they hear about a nuclear power plant is what are the consequences of a severe accident. And the main consequence, or the main severe accident, is the melting of the reactor core, right? And the release of large amounts of radioactive material into the environment. It is always a concern that people have. And one of the main accident scenarios that would lead to the melting of the reactor fuel is loss of cooling, or what you call a loss of coolant accident. SMRs are being designed with what you call passive safety features, which in some of these cases it minimizes, it greatly minimizes or greatly reduces the likelihood of this happening. In the larger reactors, like what happened in Fukushima, after that earthquake, they lost power from the grid, so they were unable to run their cooling pumps to cool the reactor core. In these cases, a lot of these reactors, they require no electricity at all to cool the reactor. It is all cooled by natural circulation. Another main cause of some accident is operator error. In two of the three major nuclear power plant accidents that we've had, operator error is a contributing factor. Most SMR designs have what you call a grace period, where for up to 3 days after an accident, we don't need any operator intervention, right? So this will now allow operators to be able to make, let's say, more sensible decisions. They will not be under a lot of stress like the previous cases. Like when you look at some of the contributing factors in those past accidents. And emergency planning zones, large reactors have an emergency planning zone, or what we call an evacuation zone of up to 80 kilometers, right? SMRs, mainly because of the design of their containment buildings, and also because they have less nuclear material, the emergency planning zones will be reduced. How small they will be? Some of these vendors or developers are claiming that the emergency planning zones are within the boundary of the power plant. So what do we say to that, or what do I think about that? We trust what they say, right? But we verify. And finishing off with some conclusions now, SMRs are small, advanced power reactors with improved safety features. Due to their small size, they are now becoming more attractive to places with smaller electricity grids, like small countries like Jamaica. And they are being designed to have multiple applications aside from electricity generation. The EPZs of SMR, they should be greatly reduced, but again, we trust, but verify. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Yes, good day. You were saying that an issue with the reactor is that it's based on heat, melting, right? So that means that an application of a thermoelectric generator which absorbs the heat could be very applicable if it is used within that scope. You're saying that there are smaller reactors. So if you can confine that smaller reactor, then you can actually utilize that heat. And so that's multiple power. It's not wasting the source by cooling, because cooling is wasting it. Right? In terms of safety, I was thinking from I'm versed in construction, so I was thinking about the safety in terms of the concrete or that what holds it together. So I was looking at 4 feet of concrete at 10 to 15,000 psi. In other words, a lot of things couldn't escape. Even if you had a meltdown, more than likely, although you say you need to verify, you could not break. You're saying that you no longer need to have large nuclear plants. You can have smaller ones, and you can have smaller ones dispersed. Now, with a larger barrier in terms of concrete, then you can have closer proximity, because now there's less escape. The reach would be lesser because it's no longer able to penetrate as far. In terms of the exhaust, now, if there's a barrier, like, people, I think typically in pipes they have an S-trap. Now, S-traps can allow air to escape based on the direction and the flow. So now, if you use water as a means of allowing the exhaust to pass through, then it's a way of filtering it, into the locations. Because if you're going to talk about a place like Jamaica, Jamaica is small in comparison to Russia. We don't have no 200 miles in where there's no homes or anything. It's close. So now our protective feature or our safety factor would have to be probably 6 or 8 times, depending on the proximity. So if the normative would be 100 and we only have access to 10, then we would have to be 10 times, if you get what I'm saying, in terms of proximity. So I'm saying, you're saying that it takes 5 years, but I'm saying if we do, as you're saying, 1 or 2 at a time, then we could actually, add them up in terms of simply putting 1 and 1 together. I mean, if you have a series of grids, then you add up to 4.
Yep.
So I was saying that in terms of the safety features, what are the applications? How you're going to keep it safe in terms of like a Jamaica, where, Kingston and St. Andrew have a major cluster with people. So, being close to Kingston would actually be favorable. So how would you protect it? I think it's possible to have a reactor close to Kingston.
All right. So, I think you made 3 major points there, and I'll try to address them. So the first one is in terms of like in efficiency and the wasting of some of the heat that is generated. So some of these reactors, as I mentioned, will not be coupled to a let's say an electricity generator. Some of these reactors, the heat from the reactor will be directed directly into an industrial process. So the main use of the reactor in those cases, because especially with some of the high temperature gas reactors, they are able to have outside temperatures over 1,000 degrees, over 1,000 degrees Celsius. So the ones now that will be used for electricity generation, some of those will also be, let's say, like cogeneration plants. So after after the steam leaves the turbine, it still has a bit of heat, so that heat can be used in other processes. In terms of the safety and the concrete on the escaping of exhaust gases, how the containment buildings in both the larger reactors and the smaller reactors, that's one of their main purpose, to confine and prevent the release of any radioactive material into the environment. One thing I'd like to point out is that in the Chernobyl accident, where you had large amount of radioactivity being released, in that side of the world, at the time, it wasn't a requirement to have a containment building. So they had no containment building. So that was the main reason why a lot of the radioactive material escaped, right? There was no containment building. Nowadays, all reactors have containment buildings. You mentioned the 3 Mile Island accident. Half of that core melted, but the radioactivity wasn't released into the environment because of the containment building, which is made of concrete and steel. So yes, to your point, this is a factor that plays considerably into the safety of these power plants.
Mic check. Mic check. Well, first of all, thank you for your very interesting presentation, right? I really enjoyed it. But as I said, my previous company is working on SMRs, so I can't say much about what they're doing, but what I can say is that a lot of what they're doing is as a function of how much money the British government is willing to invest in the SMR technology. So when I look at your time scales, whereby you're assuming that SMRs will come into operation pretty much half the time of, roughly of the, or even less, compared to conventional large power plants, the assumption you're making is that the production capability will be such that you'll just essentially have these components coming off the line and you pretty much just be assembling them. But I want to say to you that we're not there yet, no. Right? So no one is manufacturing components for SMRs at the moment. And even recently, my previous company, they had an issue with the factory and the factory location to even start thinking about manufacturing pressure vessels, right? So I say this because I don't want anyone in here to think that SMRs are ready, right? And I hear my CTD from MSET talking about SMRs, but this is certainly something that even for developed countries it's futuristic, right? It doesn't mean that Jamaica can't talk about these technologies. We should. And really what I want the government to identify is whether we are going to be the ones to just purchase these SMRs from others, or are we thinking, and maybe it will have to be a CARICOM position, not a Jamaica position, as to whether we want to look at how we can even develop aspects of this technology, if not the whole thing, right? So I'm not clear, CTD, what is the government's position? Is it that Jamaica is saying that we are going to wait for others to finish developing SMRs, because it's still conceptual in some countries, and then we will somehow figure out how to purchase it? Or are we going to actually try to innovate in Jamaica? I don't know. So that position needs to be clear by the government. The other thing that's not clear is where are we in this timeline? I suspect we are pretty much phase 0, right? We're just talking. And so, that clarity, CTD, do we have a national position? And are we anywhere near a national policy, right? I'm just asking these questions, and they're friendly questions, by the way, because
very good questions.
Yes, because I want Jamaica to be serious about where we're going with this. I don't want Dr. Chambers and all the universities here to become excited about nuclear energy, but then the government isn't really looking at what is required to take us there in terms of policy and funding. Because even if we are going to allow developed countries to lead on the technology development, it doesn't mean that our universities can't do aspects of research around what it would take to really have a SMR plant here in the country. So I'm just planting these seeds while I have the attention of the CTD from MSET, so that we can work together. You know, we're not leaving MSET on their own. We will work together, all of us, to see how we can really look at a national policy going forward. But thanks again for your presentation. Well done.
Thank you. Now,
Question.
sure.
I have a question. For some time. Hello. Just
1 minute, please. We have one comment here.
Just a quick one to what was raised by Professor Brown, and just to settle everyone's mind with regards to it. There is certainly a defined position from the cabinet with regards to nuclear. It's something that the MSET has been instructed to seek a pathway and have discussions with the public with regards to if it's culturally accepted. There is certainly at this moment a nuclear working committee chaired by Professor Charles, and they're working to ensure that we can provide the cabinet with the requests that they want. With regards to the other point which was raised, if it's developing it or just purchasing it, I'm not sure if that's a settled position just yet, but what I've seen so far is that it is going to be purchasing of a unit. Not a first of a kind unit, but a unit that has, shown itself over a couple of decades. So it's not a tomorrow thing, certainly. It's more medium to long term.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Miss, one question. Just one small question. I'm Leighton Cox from School of Computing. Since we're in the development phase of the SMRs, is there AI technology in response to safety and operation of these plants? Is that technology being researched or integrated within the scope of the whole rollout of these generation plants?
And that's a good question, because we know that AI is being incorporated into all aspects of our lives, today. And I am by no means an expert in computer technology or artificial intelligence, but I can say that in some cases AI is being incorporated into the development of these SMR reactors.
We have another question from online. It's from Dean Williamson. It is, what is the ballpark construction cost and land area usage in square kilometer for a 150 megawatt SMR? And what would be the expected levelized cost of electricity?
A loaded question. So, the land area use, it is highly dependent on the particular reactor design and the technology. And I would say this, in some cases there will be no land area use at all. In the case of floating nuclear power plants, it is one aspect which is under heavy development as well. And if you heard me mention the KLT-40S, the first unit that they constructed is a 70 megawatt electric, and it's a completely floating nuclear power plant. they are now in they are now in the stage of the development of a larger nuclear power plant, which is based again on the floating nuclear power plant concept, to have multiple reactors on the one barge or ship, etc. The levelized cost of electricity for SMRs, again, because it's in the very, very early stages of development, the cost, and if you remember in the presentation, it mentioned that their economic viability hasn't been really proven as yet, because how much an SMR will cost, there is still a lot of uncertainty on until the world starts building more and more of them. Then we'll be able to get a better idea of how much the actual cost is. But as you know, building the first of a kind of anything, it is going to be maybe a bit expensive, and as we build more of them, we'll be able to bring the cost down. All right, so I'm being told we can only take one more question, and we can have other, we can continue the discussion during the coffee break. So one more question.
I think, sorry, I have a recent surgery and
Sure.
I'm having some problems.
No problem.
But you're attempting to answer a lot of questions that you're not prepared as an engineer, reactor engineer, to answer. I have written 2 articles, for the Gleaner. My name is Sutherland. I'll get to that later on.
Okay.
And all these questions have been answered in those 2 articles within the past, and I wrote them for the minister, Vaz, and I've written to Vassiani, let me stand up, right, get some breathing. Right, I wrote to Professor Vassiani 1 year ago, right, on all these issues. And he has asked questions on detailed engineering, reactor engineering. He has also asked questions on economics and all these other. We have not gone into this thing about nuclear options for Jamaica just by this first forum. 2 years have been studies on it, right? And it's all been written there. If you Google Sutherland on Gleaner, you'll see 3 articles. The editorial is also there, right? So the question, there are molten state reactors, there are thorium reactors, nothing to, I'm talking about small modular reactors, right? I advocated for PMBR, which are pebble bed modular reactors, and those are being commissioned, 24 of them for 1924 by China. There are also details that you can get if you start doing your own study. I'm thankful for this first public forum, right? And I asked Professor Vassiani before he left here to have the forum. I spoke with your boss, I wrote him letters, we discussed, from 2011 to set up these forums. I discussed it with him. I can give you a copy of the letters, and what goes back and forth from it, right? So that I won't take up much of your time. Any question on nuclear reactor and small new reactor options for Jamaica, I can give it to you, right? For in Denmark and other places, where they have wind energy, solar energy, and it's even illegal to say the word, nuclear. You cannot discuss these things. From 1971 or before 1971, there are anti-nuclear movements all around, right? Mm-hmm. I've answered those questions, right? And you have to read, you have to study, you have to get experts to come in and continue this discussion. Start doing those studies. In 1998, the World Bank advised the government, that was, I think, on a bigger scale, to set up an advisory energy council, right, 1998, and told you what the responsibilities of this council should be. Mm-hmm. We have an energy council now, right, which in the past 5 years, I don't know what they have done, that council was set up under, I think it's Paulwell, in 2011, right? And this council did nothing. There were no regulatory, we need a body which has the power to do all these things, to look at our energy issues, He wants solar to be our source of energy. It's impossible to have 340 acres of solar land, flat land solar, with all those panels. Paulwell's house has a 500, kilowatt roof, solar system, which is the same as Lasker just started in Central Village, right? All these things, you have to look into those things. It's been studied, it's been there for you to read and understand, right? Now, let me give you my background.
We are running out of time. So
just one quick one, not even 2 minutes.
Okay.
2 minutes. I worked with the 3 Mile Island cleanup team in 1979, just after the explosion there. Right? So and I started studying nuclear engineering then. Right? I worked with the Germany PMBR group that was building small nuclear reactors at that time, right? I have done work in nuclear engineering, for Bechtel Power Corporation for 25 years. Yeah. And I've been advocating work since I've been trying to do the work at manage a power plant at USAID. That should have been in operation 20 years ago, right? I have experience in every single aspect. I was taught reactor engineering by submarine engineers from the US. The UK plant, which she talked about, the UK firm, has just started their funding for the project to build small reactors. And every aspect of this, safety features, etc., on any type of reactor. I think my memory is not too good because I'm 80 years old. So but I can sit and talk with you on any of these subjects. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your and I have read your articles, and I would implore everybody as well, if you just look up those articles, they do have a lot of information. And while we're having these forums, and others like this to engage with the public, to disseminate a lot of these information, and we will. There are more of them that are planned in the next few months. So I believe I want to say we are now moving along the right path to, let's say, to start the discussion and seriously looking at the possibilities of introducing nuclear power to our energy mix. So thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them during the break. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dennis. Indeed, your presentation generated quite a bit of discussion, and I'm sure you'll have a lot to share with those who come to you during the break. Let me apologize. Our chair had to go out to a radio interview, and so she has asked me to continue with the program. For those who are not aware, my name is Andrew Isaacs, and we are going to go into our first panel discussion. And having listened to Mr. Dennis, I'm reminded of the fact that when I started teaching students regarding power systems, when we touch nuclear, suffice it to say, all I would mention is the fact that this is a possible source of energy, and I moved on, because it wasn't really something we would spend any time discussing. But we are here, and when I looked at the timelines, they may seem that we have a lot of time, but we're gonna not be typical or take the typical Jamaican approach. We have to look at the implications. And so I really thank the organizing committee for giving me the opportunity or the responsibility in guiding this first set of discussions on nuclear energy. But they made it a little more easy for me, because they have given me 3 panelists, which I describe as, the power system, what do I say? Royalty in power systems. We have with us this morning Mr. Ricardo Case. Ricky, could you just take a seat? I'll tell you a little more about him in a minute. We also have Val Fagan from the OUR. Mr. Fagan, please. And also we have Mr. Barrington Jackson, and he's from the GPE. That's a Generation Procurement Entity. Now, I know Ricardo needs no introduction, but I still have to tell you a little about him, yes? Together, these 3 men represent over 80 years of experience in power system engineering. And whilst Hill has spoken about the small modular reactors just as a power generating plant, we have to look at it in terms of its integration on the power grid. So, Ricky, his contribution to the 80 years is 33 years in the utility industry. Currently serving as Director of Engineering at the JPSCO. And part of his current mandate, and it's very important, is engineering the grid of the future. And as far as Jamaica is concerned, that future may very well include nuclear energy. Ricky has worked, at various levels within the company, from rural electrification, protection and control, transmission and distribution. As I said, power system royalty. I may tell the secret, Ricky, that yes, we were students together. I'm not aging you, my apologies. But maybe I can pull that back and say you were behind me, so that don't sound too bad. Val Fagan, consultant extraordinaire, currently with the Office of Utilities Regulation. Mr. Fagan, of course, has also worked with the utility, and his contribution to the 80 years is that it's about 40 years in the business. Yes. So I suppose you can work out for Mr. Jackson. He's young in the business, and we're happy to have him serving in the capacity of Chief Technical Expert with the Generation Procurement Entity. But these three men together can speak eloquently on the business of grid integration as far as not just nuclear, but since we're dealing with nuclear, the integration of this technology into the grid. So I'm going to invite each of them, and you will understand that I'm trying to pull back on some of the time because we do have a time constraint. I'm going to invite each of them to make a presentation, a brief presentation, some brief comments on the business of grid integration, after which we may have some follow-up questions. But after all three have made their presentations, I'm going to invite you to, invite questions from the audience. So please note your questions, and we will take them after all three have made their initial comments. So we'll start with Mr. Ricardo Case from the JPS. Ricky.
Do I stay here or come to the podium? All right. Morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here at UTech. As Dr. Isaacs said, it's kind of hard to call him Dr. Isaacs because we know him as other things. But it's a pleasure to be here and with all of you, right, at this familiar, I would say familiar forum. It's also a pleasure to be here with the panel. Val is one of the persons who I look up to in power systems, right? And also to share the stage with Barry, who is also one of our proteges. So I'm kind of sitting in the middle of, someone I look up to and then someone who I hope I had some influence on, right? So I was asked just now, it's a surprise to see JPS in the room when it comes to a conversation on nuclear energy, right? But from a grid management perspective, as Dr. Isaacs pointed out, it's important that JPS is here as the system operator to actually help you to understand how nuclear energy, or any energies in particular, is successfully integrated into the grid. So JPS on our own, we have no principal objection to nuclear energy, but we do have questions and concerns. Some of it came out with some of the questions that were actually asked here. But I'd just like to point just a few points that we have. And some of these are my own personal beliefs, and some of them are also shared by the company. So I'm going to talk about just some of the advantages which was shared before, and then some of the concerns that we as the system operator would have. So the first thing is that nuclear for us is clean. It burns clean. It burns clean, and it's good for the environment, right? So nuclear power plants, they definitely contribute less air pollution, and they don't produce emissions that are hazardous to human health and the environment. We heard a lot about its safety. It's heavily regulated, heavily researched. A lot of money goes into nuclear energy research itself. And I would believe some of the most advanced technologies are applied to nuclear energy. And some of what you saw here in terms of just the zones where it's being posited that nuclear energy can be right beside you. And that would be good if we're incorporating nuclear energy into the grid of Jamaica. And the question was asked about it being situated in Kingston. It would be very important that the safety is considered. It is reliable. So reliability for us as system operators is principal. It's always on, carbon-free, dispatchable base load power. And that's good for any power systems, right? It's a great source of inertia, particular for island utility that might be subject to power swings, especially when you're integrating large renewable sources of energy. A base load power source like nuclear would be suitable for that. And then we heard that it's able to support even faster ramping now, which might reduce even the penetration of battery energy storage systems with nuclear. So it pairs very well with renewable energy. And then finally, to be proven, the affordability of it. But I'm going to speak to the affordability on a different aspect. One, the cost of fuel typically is one of the biggest costs, O&M costs when running a plant. And the relative cost of the fuel source for nuclear compared to the size of the O&M is low, right? So we expect that the operating and maintenance costs for nuclear would be much lower, right? Some of those I'm sure is in the articles. And then just quickly now I say Dr. Isaac's positioning. The questions, the concerns that we have include the size and the location on the grid. So for a grid like Jamaica, any single generator over 100 megawatts would challenge our grid in significant ways. Jamaica, of course, is cost sensitive. So our approach is to apply proven technologies with known costs for determining our rates to our customers. Financing and insurance, that's a big concern for us when it comes to the development, operation, and maintenance of plants. Are we able to source the financing for these projects? You heard Kevin speak about it before he left. And then the insurance, the ongoing insurance, while the plant is in operation, right? You might have a challenge in that point. Human capital to respond to nuclear energy growth or even nuclear energy events. Can our emergency responders react to these events, right? Do we have trained and competent people for nuclear operation and maintenance? Are there any geopolitical issues that might be surrounding Jamaica operating a nuclear facility? I'm not sure. And then finally, the use of water. So the siting becomes very important. You see the amount of heat that the nuclear plant needs to cool itself. Water pretty much is the principal coolant for that. So siting of nuclear energy, especially in our context where we're faced with droughts, we have climate change effects. How does the use of water go into the planning and the siting of where we're going to put nuclear plants? So I'll just leave with that for now, and then the questions, we'll field the other questions. So thanks.
Thank you, Ricky. And I was just standing there for standing there's sake, just for the record.
Okay.
One thing I didn't mention about Mr. Valentine is that, Mr. Fagan, Val Fagan, is that he has been instrumentally involved in the creation or the promulgation of our first IRP, yes? And that's the Integrated Resource Plan, planning our generation for the next 20 years. I'm assuming that he's involved in IRP 2, as we have been told about, or hinted in terms of what's happening. So, if there's anyone who knows a bit about generation planning, it's Mr. Fagan. So I'm going to invite him now to come and share his thoughts from the standpoint of the regulator and, of course, from the planning on integration of renewables. Mr. Fagan, please. And this time around, I'll sit.
Thank you, Dr. Isaacs. I will. Thank you. Good morning. All protocols observed. First, let me take this opportunity to thank the sponsors and to wish them a very successful conference and to welcome the audience in cyberspace. And I would be remiss if I did not bring greetings and best wishes from the OUR. And we are pleased, the OUR, to be associated with forums of this kind. Today, I will share with you our thoughts on, I'm trying to, okay, is it, it's there, okay, it's there. Okay, just want to make sure. All right, thank you again. I will be looking at the generation system and the current energy mix. It is very important, and first again, let me just thank the speakers previously for their insightful presentations about the technology. But the technology is as good as the whole system. We have to look at what we are putting on the system, when we are putting it on, and where we are putting it on. So we will speak on the generation system, on the energy mix. And what we have here is a system. This represents the generating systems of Jamaica. Currently, it's a 138 kV transmission and a 69 kV sub-transmission with sub low voltage of 24 12 kV 13.8 for distribution purposes. So that is the extent of the transmission system. In respect to the energy mix, the OUR since 2015 has been instrumental in overseeing the transmission from an oil-based system. Previously, Jamaica Public Service, the system operator, had about 95% of energy being generated from imported heavy fuel oil. Today, that has gone down to about 20%, and natural gas has replaced that with about 59, 60%. But please remember that natural gas is imported, so we are still wedded to imported fuel. In the case of renewable, we have moved from 5% before 2015 to about 12.5% today. So today we are now importing just about 80% of our fuels. What is the status of the generating system? It's very important to understand. Jamaica is a small system with a peak of about 600 and it goes year to year, 662 megawatts. It's in 2023, last year, we achieved 692 megawatts simply because we had significant high temperature days, which would require a significant amount of cooling, which would tend to raise the peak. Last year we had 692, but on the average it's about 650 so far. Our renewable portfolio, our conventional portfolio consists of about 861 megawatts. And that comprises of private power and JPS's units. To say JPS capacity has dwindled to 417 megawatt, whereas the IPP capacity conventional 444. And please note that the IPP thermal capacity is in the form of combined cycle at the South Jamaica Power Company. That's 190 megawatts. The latest thermal plant on the system is the Jamalco 94 megawatt, and it's one of the first large-scale cogeneration plant. It supplies electricity to the grid and heat to the alumina processing facility, and they burn natural gas. The Bow plant has been converted to natural gas also. You will see we have also a significant amount of renewable energy in the form of wind, 58 megawatt in Wigton, that's the plant in Manchester. The newest BMR in St. Elizabeth, small, I would say, prototype in Monroe. The cheapest producing plant today in the system was evaluated and implemented in 2019, and that's a solar power plant in Paradise, Westmoreland, the lowest producing plant. There's another 20 megawatt of solar, and we have hydro plants of 29 megawatts. Now, Dr. Isaac spoke about the integrated resource plan. And what is the integrated resource plan? It is a plan that defines the timing, meaning when, the type of technology, and it defines also the energy mix. It determines the implementation plan, and of course, the cost. It tried to do this at least cost, because one of the mandates in developing the plan is to, or some of the mandates are to, one, ensure that energy costs is affordable, reliable, and reliability is judged in terms of what we say in the business, loss of load probability. That is just a probability that you won't lose your peak your demand or supply. So at the end, we came up with an implementation plan. Now, in developing the plan, and I don't want to dwell too much on that, we had to consider a whole host of options, meaning candidate plants, heavy fuel oil, diesel, steam, renewables including wind, solar, hydro. But while we were cognizant of the presence of nuclear power plant, we did not take it into consideration because, as we'll see later on, there are certain issues that needs to be addressed before we could implement. There were not sufficient data points to credibly include nuclear plant as an option in the plan. So it was not, and I will state it, included as an option for selection. Now, having said that, let us look at the characteristics of Jamaica. And this is very important. We are a small island developing state, and I think a speaker alluded previously to the land size, which is quite true. The land mass is pretty much limited, so in terms of room and radiation issues, it becomes more concentrated. Right, so we are a small developing country. We have environmental fragility. We are a tourist destination. Issues impacting on the environment will have serious economic consequences. We are isolated in the sense that we are an island, so there are no interconnectivity with other sources of energy. For instance, in North America and other large countries, there are links across borders. Mexico, you could also have interconnection. We are isolated. We are fairly limited in terms of fuel diversity, and we are vulnerable to exogenous shocks, meaning events outside of our control have significant impact on our. We have a single buyer supplier, JPS. The generating capacity is very small, 1,000 megawatt peak, with a peak load of about 644 or something like that. Now, so that gives you a profile of the grid that is required to receive a nuclear power plant. So we looked at some of the barriers hindering nuclear power plant. And again, this has been mentioned, and I think my colleague Ricky mentioned grid size. Grid size is very important in relation to what size plants can be accepted. This in terms of reliability, because bearing in mind that plants have to be maintained, plants have to be refueled, etc., and plant may be lost to the grid due to unforeseen force outages. So what you don't want is that the outage of a single unit will create reliability consequences and energy not served to the economy. So that has to be a primary consideration in terms of determining the size. Based on our analysis, a single plant should not be more than 15%, 10% preferably, but 10 to 15% of your overall peak load demand. Right? Losing that plant in service could create issues. Similarly, renewables could create issues if there are no storage and the renewable becomes dominant, and then there are cloud covers, lack of rain then. So those issues have to be considered. In terms of SMRs, typically 300 megawatt is the limits there about. There are no smaller, as we are learning, prototypes. I will call those prototypes. My research indicates that there are not many, if any, commercially operating small modular reactors. But work is in train, and in time, that can be a reality. We also, one of the barriers, lack of local expertise and institutional capability to develop projects. Fortunately, and this was many years ago, some of us, including myself, had the privilege to be trained at the IAEA and at Argonne National Lab in terms of nuclear power planning. But suffice to say, I'm not sure many of us are here still, if any, just perhaps one of us. So that is a serious question in terms of training and retaining expertise. And my colleague DDG Lewis will speak on the regulatory framework, so I won't say much, but just to say that lack of a local, legal, and regulatory framework to regulate a nuclear sector in Jamaica is an hindrance. And majorly, public fear, resistance to the perceived health and safety risk, and importantly, in terms of ownership issue, public liability issues. And most Jamaicans, what they know about nuclear plants are what happened at Fukushima, Chernobyl, or 3 Mile Island. You speak to them about nuclear, and that is the first thing they will tell you. Right? So what this would indicate that the next steps would be to assess the current, and I'm sure my colleague DDG Lewis, Deputy Director General Lewis, will assess the current regulations in our perform and legislation, and to look at scope for amendment, which will consider provision for the licensing of small reactor, power plants, spent fuel. The size requirement, that has to be done through rigorous analysis in terms of system dynamics, and that is an issue that we can do and will do, but that has to be done. The other issue, and it was mentioned before, the high capital cost. From research again, we are seeing, and this is information coming out of DOE, and some data from Australia indicate that a speaker mentioned about levelized cost of energy. Very good. It's about $280 to $300 per megawatt, which is twice relatively high, very high. That's no compared to a renewable energy plant, or even a thermal plant, but a renewable energy plant with storage is less than a half of that cost. So, but it's something. Importantly, capacity building. This is critical. Licensing maintenance, and we would normally want to rely on the IAEA to provide training standard, safety standard, emergency response. But most importantly, and I will end here, is that we need to implement, while most of us here we are technocrats and members, but the vast public, they are our main stakeholders. And without their acceptance in one way or the other, then, a project will not pass the first hurdle. So I think one thing is important, and this forum is perhaps a good start, is to implement island-wide public education, not just at UTech or university, but we just need to sensitize the public, the programs. We should be geared at allaying fears, etc., so that we could seek more involvements and obviously better discussion and hopefully more buy-in. So I will end by saying that there are pros and cons of nuclear energy. We have to be mindful that we make the right decision, because power system implementation of power plant is not a trivial issue. Even conventional plant, the capital outlay is very, very extensive, and even more extensive for nuclear power plant. So we have to ensure that we do the right cost-benefit analysis, the right risk analysis, and look at the consequences of what I call high-impact, low-probability events, HILP, because those can be very damaging both to the economy and the country. So we need to understand this issue a bit more. So with that, I will say thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fagan. There's an entity that many Jamaicans may never have heard of, but their role is certainly critical to the provision of electricity here in Jamaica. It's the generation procurement entity. And most times persons will hear about them only when we start having power cuts and we are told that we don't have enough generation. But the GP has a critical role in bringing new generation onto the grid. And this morning we have their chief technical expert, Mr. Barrington Jackson, and I'm proud to say a graduate of this institution. And I'll just hand over to him now to make his opening presentation or remarks. Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. Yes, thanking you for the opportunity to invite the Generation Procurement Entity to be a part of this discussion. Thank you to my esteemed colleagues on the panel, Ricky and Val. We've been working close together over the past couple of years. Our past lecturer, Dr. Isaacs, and Dr. Chambers. I see some familiar faces at the front. Esteemed guests, welcome everyone. I will now take you through my presentation as it relates to the electricity energy and its uses, adding nuclear energy to the Jamaica energy mix. So today I will be going through the role of the generation procurement entity as it relates to technology utilization, the GP's framework for procurement of new generation technology, generation capacity expected for the next 14, 15 years, and also nuclear energy penetration in the Jamaica energy mix. I think that question has been answered as it relates to the current IRP. So probably I don't have to go through that slide today. All right, so very quick introduction to the generation procurement entity. As Dr. Isaac would have mentioned earlier, many people are unaware of our existence and operations in the Jamaica energy sector. So the generation procurement entity was established through the Electricity Act 2015, mandated to manage and administer the procurement process by means of competitive bidding for generation capacity by potential independent power producers for sale of electricity to Jamaica's single buyer, which is JPS, in accordance with the published and approved IRP. Some key sector policies and plan that guides the operations of the GPE are the National Energy Policy 2009 to 2030. Initially, it established a goal of 20% renewable energy penetration in the electricity mix by 2030. We have the Integrated Resource Plan 2020. After the completion of that document, that target was shifted to 50% by 2030. We also have the draft National Renewable Energy Policy 2009 to 2030. As it relates to the procurement framework undertaken by the generation procurement entity, the first step would be conducting a needs assessment, similar discussions like we are having here. Also, the evaluation of the published and approved IRP, followed by market analysis and engagement of different stakeholders, consultation with the policymaker, the ministry with responsibility for energy, the regulators, the Office of Utilities Regulation, the off-taker, single buyer, which is the Jamaica Public Service, independent power producers, and also other relevant stakeholders and partners in the process. The GPE will also develop a procurement strategy, which include a definition of the required technology to be procured. In this case, probably, nuclear energy. Gauge the market by engaging external, as it relates to persons willing to participate in a competitive process. Expected prices. Here, Val explained, some prices as it relates to nuclear technology. Also, we would have to look at the legal and regulatory framework and conduct due diligence as it relates to those aspects. After which the generation procurement entity will launch its request for proposal. So it's a public issuance of a document engaging the market to compete on a competitive basis under a request for proposal, followed by bid submission. Currently, the generation procurement entity employs a single-stage, two-envelope procurement process where bidders are requested to provide, in sealed cases, a technical proposal and a financial proposal. Both will be assessed under the requirements as published in the request for proposal. Selection of the successful bidder. After this is assessed, the GPE will submit a report or recommendation to the Ministry with responsibility for energy for the award or granting of a license to generate and sell electricity to the single buyer, in this case, the Jamaica Public Service. Also, they will be invited to negotiate and finalize a power purchase agreement. It is very important to note that the selection of the successful bidders is the one with the best contribution to the overall power sector goal of reliability and security of supply at least cost to the customers as recommended by the Integrated Resource Plan and the National Energy Policy. Continuation of the process, we have the oversight of the project implementation, monitoring for compliance, etc. And finally, process improvement activities such as gathering feedback from stakeholders, evaluating project outcomes, identify lessons learned, and improvements as it relates to recommendations for future procurement processes to be undertaken by the generation procurement entity. As it relates to the expected capacity to be procured as prescribed by the current Integrated Resource Plan, and these are approximate numbers. As we gain closer to the implementation years, these numbers will be refined and be addressed further. So between 2018 to 2030, we're expecting 785, again, approximately, megawatt of solar, wind, biomass, waste to energy, gas turbines, combined cycle. In the year 2031 to 2037, 879 megawatts, again, solar, wind, the usual technologies. To dissect this a bit further, if you look at the renewable capacity to be procured, we have 505 megawatt of solar, wind, bio, mass, and waste to energy, and between 2031 to 2037, it's mainly solar and wind. So I think this question has been answered a couple of times since today, so I don't have to present this slide any further. So currently, nuclear energy is not a part of the current approved IRP, and the main focus is on renewables and gas turbine and other forms of conventional fuel sources. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Jackson. All right, I hope you noted your questions, yes? And we'll take them. You just raise your hands and we'll acknowledge you. But before we go there, I just want to ask, Ricky, you spoke of the 100 megawatt capacity of any form of generation to create a problem. Can you expand on that?
Okay, sure. Val kind of touched on it based on the size of our system being a roughly 600 megawatt system, and losing such a large percentage of your overall system at any point in time can plunge the grid into instability, right? And the system is really designed to relieve itself so that you don't have a total collapse, but the amount of relief would be so disruptive to the economy because you're talking about that amount of customers that you'd have to shed for the loss. But the instability itself, if the system is not engineered properly, can, irrespective of your load shedding that you might do, still bring down the system. So that's one. Your transmission system is, depending on where you put it, is going to come under much more pressure than it is. We have an aged transmission system, and there would be significant amount of transmission upgrades that might be needed just to incorporate that 100, or any plant over 100 megawatts right now. And some areas we do not have the 138 kV that Val spoke about, which anything over 60 megawatts would have to connect it at 138 kV, which might mean that anything south of Duane Park going towards St. Thomas means that we'd have to build new power lines going all the way to interconnect power at that size. So the sizing of the plant and the siting of the plant is critical to minimizing the overall cost.
And I asked because during the presentation earlier, you spoke of given the modularity, that you can site it anywhere. And whilst that is true, we'll have to do that with recognizing the impact it would have on the grid. So,
definitely.
Yeah, we thank you for that. Given the current IRP and the fact that you're moving quite deliberately towards renewables, yes? Are there any requirements, special requirements for those renewables to ensure that we don't have this sort of grid stability when these systems, which to some extent are variable? When they go off, I mean, what do we do? Are there any special requirements now being put in place or required or asked for to ensure that we don't end up with grid instability?
All right, so from a procurement standpoint, so what the generation procurement entity and our partners would have done with extensive consultation with the system operator, potential IPPs, we have instituted a cap on the 100 megawatt. So instead of having a 100 megawatt variable plant sited at probably one location, we would have separated into two and allow persons to know or note that you cannot exceed 50 megawatt. No one bidder can exceed 50 megawatt. So that kind of reduce the impact on a large scale, as what Ricky was mentioning as it relates to cutting the line and some of the deeper protection issues that may come with such a large variable plant. And next item that the generation procurement entity would have instituted was minimum guaranteed energy, some amount of energy that the system operator or the planners can plan, knowing that this plant should be able to produce this per year. So what that would have done now is, allow variable plants to be charged similar to what a firm capacity plant as it relates to liquidated damages for not meeting their nomination for dispatch or whatever the case may be as it relates to energy produced.
But does part of that require them to have storage? Is it no requirement?
Yeah, if I may, if I may say that the outcome of the IRP is based on significant analysis, not just for the quantity of renewable energy, but also to ensure that once that quantity of renewable energy is integrated, functional stability is maintained, and this is through storage. So you will, well, you may not have seen it, note that the IRP requires that batteries are implemented in a very timely manner to mitigate the impact of variability. And what we do is to, which they do with some banks, is to stress test the system, meaning we assume that over a period of time, say a week, there are not any significant renewable resources available during cloud storm, weather, or prolonged period of drought, to see if the batteries or the storage equipment that we provide will take the system at accepted level of reliability to supply consumers' requirements. So we have done these tests, and the resulting battery storage comes out to say you need to install X megawatt of battery by so and so if you are going to install X megawatts of renewable. So those are considerations that would have been included. So I don't know the next procurement.
Yeah, but in addition to that, apart from the bad days, you have to look at the good days as well, right? And then on the good days, and we have seen some of those in the studies, where you may have 100% of your load being served, and even more than that, by just renewables only, which means that you have no thermal plant to be required to be on the grid. And that now is where you need more batteries now to absorb all of this excess energy on the particular, where it's a good days. Yeah. So we stress test on both sides, as Val said, looking on the dark cloud or the blue sky days, and we look at the dark cloud days. And you have to size the system to accommodate all conditions.
All right. We have a question here.
I've noted in most of the presentations that climate is mentioned, but climate is mentioned from the carbon end. And climate is never mentioned, so I note that there's an IRP, but I notice the word resilience is missing from the IRP. Because what we have now and what we have in the past on the climate change may not hold, and so the targets that are set then become challenged. So that's one. Two, if we then, let's say, nuclear comes to being, the question then stems, if water is required for cooling, there have been instances in which temperature for water, because of climate change, is so high that the cooling that you're looking for, and so you talk about passive cooling requires a temperature difference. And if that temperature difference or gradient is not large enough, we're setting ourselves up for a challenge as well. So that's it for me.
I'm really thankful for this forum, right? But I'd like to ask 1-2 questions. You have 2030 as the date for having 100%
No, it's 50%.
clean energy. And
50,
also
50.
for our, what's that? 50%. I see 2 dates on it, 2030, 50%, 50% solar energy. There is no possibility that this can happen, but I'm glad for the debate on it, as far as I'm concerned. In Denmark and Sweden and Scandinavia, those are big countries, but 6%, they are the biggest wind and solar energy countries, and not more than 6%, they have been able to achieve. And from 1971, before Chernobyl and all these other accidents, they had banned on their anti-nuclear movements. The past 30 years has changed all of this. When he talks about heating and dangers from reactor, there's a cooling reactor that can do slow cook reactor there.
Yeah, can we do it?
Right. All right. Sorry. The question to you now is the studies are there. They have been done over these years, right? We recommend a pebble bed. And
you said that earlier after.
Okay, I did that. Okay, wait. The question then is, all right, you have 42 bids based on the Gleaner report coming in now for 100 megawatt of renewables. It's 42 bids I see in there. Who's going to evaluate it? Who you are, or what body? What body is going to do this? Right?
Okay, so just for clarity, during the expression of interest phase, we have 42 entities expressed interest in participating in the 100 megawatt RFP. The closing date of April 5th, we received 12 bids. And all right, so you're talking to the GPE, So right, so the GPE will evaluate these bids, and the GPE has formulated an evaluation committee, and we are working assiduously to have these bids evaluated and awarded project as soon as possible. So we are working on it currently.
And just for the record, the GP I know had put up the criteria for assessment, right. And so it's not that they will come after to determine the rules.
85 pages, I read them. Right?
Yeah.
I write those pages.
But in the interest of time, go ahead.
One minute, one follow-up on it.
I'll give you 30 seconds.
You see, what is the Energy Council's, duty, or what do they do in all of this? You have an Energy Council which was...
All right. The Energy Council, the GPE is a part of that council. The OUR, I believe JPS has representation there. You don't have representation there? I'm not sure. But I know the GIE, GPE, and OUR. So the Energy Council still exists. Dr. Brown left. He would have been in a better position to provide you with a response to that. But in terms of the response we got earlier, as it relates to the storage, yes, and the fact that we can now have these modular SMRs, is it of any benefit to the operation of renewables to locate these SMRs in, let's say, close proximity to these RE facilities? Is there any benefit?
If I may risk an answer here, there are specific rules, procedures, codes for the location of generating facility, right? And one of the rules is that, not hard and fast, it is best to locate these plants for efficiency, closer to the load center, meaning there's less transmission lines and less transmission loss. Secondly, and I'm speaking of thermal or nuclear, where not some nuclear, that you need to locate, and this is why you will know the Hunts Bay plant, the Whole Harbour plants, and other plants are located near to vast reservoir of cooling water, meaning the harbor. So they are close to a source of cooling water, so, and have such volume and depth, so that when you discharge your effluent into sea, it doesn't create excessive temperature rise, right? Because that is controlled and required by the environmental permit. To site a plant, there are several requirements, including the application and receival of an environmental permit. And to get that, you have to do an environmental impact assessment study, we call it the EIA, and that study has to be reviewed, has to be presented at town hall meeting in the various communities rather that would have been will be impacted. So there's several protocols for the siting and location, and there's also a health and social impact. Health. I don't know what applies to SMR. As I'm saying at this time, we are reviewing protocols and conventions from the IAEA and other regulatory commissions, right, to ensure that when we step, we have the process streamlined. And just to mention that by 2030, if the plans are implemented, I think the 50% or close to that will be achieved, I think, before, and I'm not one way or the other, I rely on cost-benefit analysis and data, but I think before SMR is given the upfront milestone tasks that are required, the 50% could be achieved before the first SMR. It's not about, I'll stop there.
Okay, I'm going to give two other gentlemen here an opportunity to ask their questions. 1 minute.
All right, cool. So, morning again. Thanks for the presentation. You would have answered some of the questions that I had previously from the previous presentation. Just one question for you though, in terms of the assessment that was done, right? Did we look at the combined heat power processes as opposed to just the power generating entities? Because from the presentation, it kind of seemed tailored directly to power generation and not necessarily CHP plants like myself here.
No, I don't think so. No, it wasn't. As I said, we have a CHP already on the system. And one of the objectives of it's all about the economics and the cost benefit. And of course, the National Energy Policy speaks to CHP integration also, where economical. And this is on the basis on which we have the plant there in Jamalco that sends excess heat to processing facility at Jamalco. No, the IRP is an objective, I say objective, assessment tools where the best available data on each candidate, we call them candidate potential plants, are assessed, analyzed, and that means the capacity, the efficiency, the cost, the levelized cost, the time to build. And this is why I've said earlier on that given the time frame proposed for if nuclear, it may not come in time to see us reach 50, which is not a problem because I mean, 50% is not the ultimate goal, I believe. Would be better if we are going to meet some of our climate commitment stuff, right? But yes, we do consider a whole range of plans, but time was not sufficient, to really go in depth on all of these things.
All right, so afternoon, everyone, or morning. My question is to Mr. Keys. So over the past 5 years, there has been significant diversification of the energy mix and a movement away from HFO, as you pointed out. However, the fuel and IPP costs on our utility bills continue to increase. For example, during the COVID pandemic, when oil prices dropped, we were told that it was reflected in the utility bill because of the agreement with the LNG suppliers. However, every time oil prices go up, we see it reflected in the fuel and the IPP costs. So my question is, why should we expect a decrease in the cost of energy with the introduction of nuclear when JPS would still have the right to first refusal for purchase? And the other question is,
All right, so it's a very good question that you asked. And the fuel and IPP component on the bill, I understand it's the concerns from the customers as it relates to that, right? But as the fuel mix becomes more and more diversified, you'll find that that becomes less and to the point where it's eventually going to disappear, right? The principle of nuclear energy, and I kind of outlined some of it, the upfront fuel cost, because of the fuel component that goes into the production of nuclear energy, is even smaller than a conventional thermal plant, right, which consumes gallons and gallons of HFO or ADO or whatever it is, right? So that would be reflected if our regulatory framework and our rate-making mechanism remains the same. So I would assume, and being a futurist, that our future energy bill won't look like our current energy bill right now. And we're going to move from I guess you'd call it like a heat rate dispensation into a production cost dispensation. And that would totally change and revolutionize how your energy bill is calculated and presented to you.
Thank you very much, Ricky. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I know we have only touched the tip of the iceberg, but it certainly has set, a position for us to have future discussions. And from the universities represented here, we just want to say thanks for your contribution. All right?
Thank you.
This is close to purple.
You should have given me blue.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, this blue too close. Forever.
All right, thank you. This first panel this morning has been going very well, so much so that we are long destroyed our timing. So we are going to know, I know you must be tired, want to stretch your legs. There is break provided outside, so please go avail yourself of some of that. And it says here 15 minutes for, I'm looking at my agenda. Let me just bring this one back up. It says 15 minutes for the break, but I suggest that we be back here in 5. We're even to catch up back on timing, we're going to have to even cut lunch. And lunch, ladies and gentlemen, will be provided, so please don't go anywhere. All right, so we'll break for now and avail yourself of some light refreshments. Thank you. Sciences. Yes. Dr. Min, you can get your panel together to join us.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Chambers. I'd like to invite our panelists to the seats up front. Mr. Bent, please. Thank you. All right, good afternoon again, everybody. So whilst we wait on Mr. McCarthy to join us, I'll keep my introduction very, very short. The topic of our panel discussion today is human resource development. Here we go. Strategies for building nuclear sector expertise. And especially in an island like Jamaica, in a country like Jamaica, the heart of Jamaica is its people. And so this is a very important and relevant topic for us to discuss as education and academic leaders, people with a lot of experience with framework and training and development to discuss the human resource development strategies. All right, so what I'll do is I'll introduce each panelist, our esteemed panelists, individually to come and give their short initial statement, so that I would really like to have an engaging discussion. And that I think for a panel like this, the discourse between all the various expertise and the opinions are very, very important. And I think we'll keep the audience engaged as well. So our first panelist is Mr. Dwayne Bent from Heart Trust. He's the Director of Training, Infrastructure and Development. And he is in charge of new and emerging industries at the Heart Trust. So, Mr. Bent.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. All right. Just want to say thanks to the organizers for inviting the Heart and Estate Trust to be a part of this initiative. And we are happy to share, as power and energy is also one of the areas, one of the sectors that is our priority sector as we transition to the fourth industrial revolution. So these are some of the priority sectors, as you can see clearly. Renewable energy is one, and for that reason, I'm just gonna skip through most of the slides because we are all academia and get right to the point. For that reason, we are embracing the fourth industrial revolution technologies. We have been developing our occupational standards, and thankfully for Jamaica, thankfully for the Heart and Estate Trust, we are aligned to World Skills International occupational standards, where those standards are developed by all, if not, I would say all the major manufacturers across the world, and also over 85 countries sit together and organize the occupational standards in alignment with the fourth industrial revolution. And so our standards that we have in our training system now are being developed to align to that. We are a member of the organization and we participate in those developments. So on screen, some of the technologies that you'll see in our occupational standards now are right there. With cyber-physical system, radio frequency identification, digital product memory, machine-to-machine communication, man-to-machine, and of course, man-to-robot, cobot operations. And so far, we have launched a number of Center of Excellences, STEAM labs to deal with robots, autonomous mobile robots, aerial robots. We have done 3D printing, and of course, we have implemented mechatronics lab, and also we are the pioneers here in the region for the optoelectronics technology. And this is supported by one of the largest manufacturers in China out of Guangdong, VCOM Technologies. We have so far established 2 labs with 2 more to be established in the first quarter of this year. Modern technology. We participated last December in Guangdong and came second against countries such as China, Korea, Japan, you name them. And so we have been launching our labs. We have a competitor set to participate in September in Lyon, France. at the World Skills International Competition, and he is the top favorite across the world. We're getting a number of reviews. So the standards are developed to facilitate this kind of technology that is changing the shape of the world. And that is why the energy where nuclear is concerned, that these are the bedrock or the epicenter of the technology that would formulate the different components and the technical skills that will be required. And with technology, there is always a great differentiation between two types of skills requirement. The higher end engineering skills and of course the technician level where work and where the rubber hits the road. And HEART is just focused and working with the universities, collaborating to build that strength in the economy and for our industries to grow. So on the skill set here, we have over 20 top skills that we prioritize. And this is not just Jamaica. It's a convention of over 86 countries. The last meeting we had was in Lyon, France, in February of this year. And these are some of the areas driving industries, the green economy, and building resilience in the workforce. And so far, we have developed most of these standards. You can check them on the NQR. And we have implemented some of them. And between now and 2027, over the next 3 years, our priority is to have these labs fully upgraded, fully outfitted with modern technology, aligned to international standards to facilitate the training delivery. So some of them are very popular, like we have our digital construction or mechanical engineering card. Of course, we know about automation, and plumbing and heating systems is one that we have expanded because for production you use a lot of different types of water and so on, and plumbing is one of those evolving skills now, and high-paying jobs that have surpassed a number of the traditional skills. And so we have expanded that occupational standard portfolio and developing that program. We also have our automotive technology, agricultural technology, where we're seeking to implement our water technology lab out at our facility there in Ebony Park to build out the water management system to deal with things like reverse osmosis, desalination, agricultural solutions for food security and sustainability. And of course, we have implemented our mechatronics lab in St. Elizabeth to support at the time, the backside sector coming back. And so we have been building out that and focused largely on things such as PLC systems and program designs and all those kind of models to facilitate automation in the industry. That is made possible because so far we have engaged in the development of these types of labs, right? And right now we have in procurement a number of these labs highlighted in blue and some to come on stream next year. That those are advanced in procurement. On the port of China, we have over 5 different labs now, shipped in to come to Jamaica within the next 45 days. And of course, this is to ensure that we build out facilities at the National Tools Engineering Institute, Portmore Academy, Ebony Park, the HEART College of Innovation and Technology in Montego Bay, and a number of other small locations. To add to that, we are also ensuring that we work with universities. We have a number of partnerships to include UTech, NCU, and CMU that we're working with, some of them to be formalized, to see how best we can network and build the technology together to ensure that the workforce is one that is cohesive and fully integrated to meet the demands of the industry that Jamaica can prevail sustainably. Right? And so we are working in collaboration. These labs are in collaboration with Festo out of Germany and Colombia to ensure that the technology and the standard of the technology is maintained. And they are highly recognized across the world, as you would know. I would not have time to give you all the tour of the labs now, but just to say that we are well on board. We have just launched last week, we launched our additive manufacturing 3D and HCIT. And this is what the labs typically would look like when it's fully outfitted, flexible to respond to varying technologies. And of course, we are building out our welding technology as well, because with a nuclear plant, you can imagine how much metal work structures we need to have in place. So we're working with Lincoln Electric, and we have a forum in June in Alabama that is to look at the new technology to deal with laser construction of metals to facilitate the renewal of the lab in Portmore and Entai by next year. All right, and so that is just a synopsis of what we're looking at, and that is what the lab design, of course supported by augmented and AI technology, will look like when they finish. All right, would like to say more, but my 3 minutes is up. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bent. That was a very energetic and inspiring summary of some of the work being done at Heart Trust, I must say, and I would really love to have more of a conversation as to your approaches to building, upgrading these infrastructures, because this is something that we definitely need to do at all of our universities. All right, so the next panelist that I'll invite is Dr. Jayaka Campbell. He's a lecturer at the University of the West Indies, Mona, where he also serves as the undergraduate and graduate coordinator for the MSc in Renewable Energy program. He specializes in climate studies and is a computational physicist focusing on atmospheric sciences. But one thing that I wanted to highlight is his involvement with the SPARKS program, which is the scientific platform for applied research and knowledge sharing. And I think that is going to be a key aspect for the success of an initiative such as implementing nuclear energy. So Dr. Campbell, would you like to stay?
No, I'll stand. All right. Before coming up here, I said I'd be up here for 60 seconds. So bear with me if I'm up here for longer. All right? No. All right. As I'm going to start, I am going to start this from a point of view of when we're about to do something, we find who have done it before us and we take their best case examples and their lessons. So when I looked at this topic, one of the first things that came to mind, and I'm sorry to do this, was India. And part of the reason India came to mind was this. We are about to, whether or not it's in the next 5 years, 10 years, or 15 years, we are suggesting that something is possible. And whatever is possible, you can look at it from the benefits that it's going to possibly stabilize our energy sector. It may make energy cheaper. It may actually drive production, manufacturing, economic stability. We can look at all the possibilities. But we are about to embark on something that has a transformative view for the entire nation. Whether we do it together with the entirety of CARICOM or choose ourselves to be leaders to do it where others will follow, we are at that cutting edge. Now, part of the reason I chose India was because of how India got into the space race, how they got into space exploration. Now, India started this process in the 1970s, and within 5 to 6 years of establishing their space agency, they were able to go launch a satellite into space. But before the establishment of the space agency, they were very deliberate. They established scholarships. They thought about the programs that they wanted. So if I want somebody to go to space, I am going to need somebody with knowledge of space. And so they designed programs that were specific. And not just designed programs, but they also offered scholarships. So when you think about the human capital that's required to do what we need to do, it is not domiciled in any one of the universities sitting here. It is a collaborative effort that has to be undertaken. And that collaborative effort, I'm sorry to say this, CTD, but it's required government input, because no nation develops without R&D, and R&D that develops is funded by government. So if we're going to go into nuclear, all right, if we're going to go into nuclear, we have to go into nuclear with a purpose. Nuclear affects medicine, nuclear affects energy, nuclear affects production, and we have to go into it with a purpose. You know, look at it from the point of view in the early 2000s when Digicel came. Persons were worried that we didn't have the technical staff to fill all the roles. So when Digicel came, they came with external players. But right now, if you look at the majority of Digicel staff across all levels, guess where the people are from? They are national people. But that can only be done if you are deliberate about it and you plan properly. This is a specialized area. And if it's a specialized area and I'm looking to build that area, it starts from now. So even though the discourse is starting, what I'm expecting from the government is in 2 years,
there is at least 2 scholarships where nuclear energy is concerned. The focus of the study is on nuclear energy. Whether that scholarship takes a person locally or sees them going overseas, that has to be something that we plan and plan properly. So with that, I'm going to take my seat.
Thank you very much for that sweet and spicy initial thoughts. You really touched on some very, very good points. You know, one of the things that I'd like to say based on that is that just last week, our Prime Minister, the Honorable Andrew Holness, came to UTEC and declared Jamaica officially a STEM island. Now, hopefully, with that declaration, we are hoping that there is more actions and policies behind just the words of it. But it is, without a doubt, a positive that this is the outlook and the approach taken by our government officials. So with that, I will move on to introducing our next panelist. Excuse me. Mr. Peter McCarthy from the Caribbean Maritime University. He's the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering and Applied Technology. And he's also part of the new governance framework developed to guide operation of CMU under its new member board, 21-member board, I believe. So, Mr. McCarthy.
Good afternoon. Let me say all the protocols observed. I'm going to be as brief as possible because I would rather to be taking questions than talking a lot. But just to say that CMU is one of the training institutions that prepare persons for the workforce in Jamaica. We strongly believe that if we are going to embark on this trajectory in terms of going nuclear energy, the very first thing that we need to do is to develop our human resource. As in any organization, the most important elements are your human resources, which means that we would have to start looking, first of all, at what we have. Do we have the capacity now? Which I don't think we do. So it simply means that we'll have to embark on a serious training plan to train up persons who will be ready within the next 5 to 10 years. We at CMU recognize that there are some gaps in terms of some of the specialized areas that would be required for this to be functional. One of the areas that we have started doing some serious work in is in the area of non-destructive testing, which is going to be very, very important in any such facilities. And so we are currently building a non-destructive center at the Caribbean Maritime University that would include all the technologies, including RT, or radioactive technology. We're in the process now of establishing a facility, an exposure room and a dark room at CMU to facilitate the use of those radioactive sources that will be used. So we are already somewhere down the road in terms of preparing ourselves to train persons for this industry. It's important that the different training institutions, the universities collaborate on this because the expertise will not reside in any one place. And therefore, there has to be collaboration between the different universities and the training institutions like Archos NTA to produce persons at the different levels to be able to satisfy the human resources needs that we will be required to have in order to establish and have this facility running. At this time, I will break and await your questions.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. McCarthy. So I would like to go to Mr. Bent, if I may. Here you go. Oh, I apologize, Mr. Josephs. Our last but not least esteemed panelist, Mr. O'Neill Josephs, who is the head of School of Engineering at the University of Technology, and he has lots of research interest and activity, including lean manufacturing, business process modeling, financial engineering, health systems engineering, data analytics, robotics, and intelligent systems. He is also the current president of the Jamaican Institution of Engineers, and I will invite him to come and give his presentation, initial thoughts on this topic.
Thank you very much, Dr. Min. I was going to say Engineer Min, but good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good to be here. I'm asked to give a presentation on the human resources development, particularly associated with nuclear energy proliferation in Jamaica. And I've just kind of just narrowed my focus on these particular objectives, and you can see them displayed here. We'll provide a bit of contextual background on UTech School of Engineering, and that is important because it provides you with the legacy of engineering knowledge and experience that we've had. I'll also provide a kind of a broad human resource development background for nuclear energy, which is a prescription by the IAEA. I'll also look at the extent to which these disciplines can be immediately satisfied by our current arrangements at UTech. And further, we will look at other initiatives that are happening at the University of Technology where nuclear energy is concerned. And this last point here is a very important one, as what we're hearing here is that more of these types of arrangements need to be in place to provide public sensitization, to break the culture, and to get into the technical requirement of nuclear energy here in the country. Now, UTech was birthed in 1958, and in that instance, we provided our first diploma, and that diploma was in engineering. So we have over 65 years of engineering experience at the University of Technology. In 1985, we started to offer various specializations, electrical and mechanical in particular, and those were other diplomas that were being developed. By 1986 to 1992, we were offering degrees, and these degrees, again, were in mechanical and electrical engineering. So we have a very strong legacy. We have been working extensively in the energy sector, and here are some of our main areas of applied work: power plants, JPS transmission and distribution systems. You'll find us in the private sector. You'll find us in government sectors as well, regulatory entities. You know the defunct Petrojam. We were pretty much providing a lot of support there in that system. And we also have had a lot of experience in manufacturing power requirements for that sector and renewable energy. Other areas in which we've provided support include, the policies around energy funding that was administered by the DBJ. UTech played a big role in that. We were lead advisors to the government in renewable energy solutions for public facilities. We've been on energy audits, supported and developed some of these energy audit programs, and the list goes on. At the moment, over 50% of our work at the undergraduate level in engineering research is in energy. and over 50% of our work at the graduate level is also in energy. Over 50% of our staff in the School of Engineering has some energy background, experience, or qualification. So who better is equipped to treat with another source of energy in the country than the University of Technology, Jamaica? What are the required skill sets to run a power plant? You're going to need management, administrative, and technical skill sets. And in the technical, you're talking about one, the scientific, and two, the engineering, right? And so some of the specialized skills include reactor, nuclear physics, and atomic physics. And who are the employers? The employers, these are heavily regulated industry, by the way, and we all know that by now. It will not happen overnight. It will take a bit of time for this to happen. But one of the first entities that need to be in place is a regulatory body to steer the implementation of this project. So the regulator is your employer. If you're going to be engaged in this area, the owner or the operator of the nuclear plant is another employer. And there are going to be a number of proliferation of technical organizations, such as universities, research labs, and so on. And you've heard about the non-destructive testing lab, a very critical piece of development there that is happening at CMU, and my regards for that. It's important that you have, safety is paramount in nuclear energy development and proliferation, and we've heard in many, many cases, but also security. If you have a politically unstable society where that is prone to wars and all kinds of issues around safety, then security, then that is also a challenge. But if you have an environmentally fragile situation, then that is also of concern. We had an earthquake yesterday, and we've been seeing a number of those events, weather events. We know we've had Category 5 hurricanes that has hit the country over, well, at least one instance. Well, close. Well, I think it was a Category 4, but it was trending to Category 5 several years ago. Okay, and then there is a whole set of questions that you need to drill down into when trying to add, and I won't spend the time to go into that. I can provide you with this presentation after. But more importantly, how is the University of Technology at this moment, this point in time, in a position to support the human resource development in nuclear energy? Now we have two particular faculties, or three particular faculties, or should I say three particular schools that can readily, remember I said there are three categories, right? Management, administrative, and technical, right? Okay, so in the School of Natural and Applied Sciences, there is the Bachelor of Science in Applied Science, and you're talking about offerings in mathematics and chemistry, mathematics and physics, or physics and chemistry. Those are the fundamental sciences required to be one of the human resources in nuclear energy. But we also have graduate programs in chemistry and so on in the School of Natural and Applied Sciences. In the School of Engineering, and again, two of the fundamental courses of study that can immediately have a specialization in nuclear energy is mechanical engineering, or bachelor's of engineering in mechanical engineering, and our bachelor's of engineering in electrical engineering. Immediately you could just add a specialization to that, add another year and a half or two, and you're right into nuclear engineering immediately. So we don't have to start, we're not starting from scratch. We're building on the legacy and the tradition that we have here in engineering at the University of Technology. And all of these other programs can support same. But importantly, you're looking at COBAM, the College of Business and Management. So again, you need management. And UTech is a STEM university, we know that, right? So there is coordination and integration across the schools or the faculties. So you're talking about a Bachelor of Science in accounting, in management, and even economics that will support. So we're in that position. And what are we doing? This is a symposium that will happen in about 2 weeks. This is to build on this symposium is to build on this panel discussion, this forum. We will go into high levels of details in the infrastructure around SMRs, the human resources development, and so on. It's a 3-day symposium, and by the way, we're still open to sponsorship and support from our dear CTD and money. Yes, and you'll be seeing, yes, the registration link is there. We can provide further information about this later. As you can see here, the objective here is to the concepts of safety, small SMRs, advanced nuclear technology, and to foster comprehensive understanding, which is identified as an issue of nuclear energy, and to assess the feasibility of SMRs in Jamaica. We're going to do a deep dive, and that will be happening here at the University of Technology, May 13 to 15. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joseph. And as the science side of the cohort of the group, I wholeheartedly support this outlook on collaborative approach, even within the university, but also among the different universities. So I would just like to start with Mr. Bent. At the Heart Institute, he mentioned that he's mentioned some of these training programs that they've developed and some of the labs that they've been created. I just want to ask him you mentioned that this is for the 4th Industrial Revolution, and with currently the rapid development of technology, AI, including nuclear energy, is moving so rapidly that what is your approach strategy to ensure that you stay ahead of the curve and not get left behind?
Okay, thank you for the question. One of the things that we must recognize, for all evolutions of technology, one build on the other. And so you would never have the 4th Industrial Revolution without the 2nd and the 3rd. And so the foundation is very important, and the 4th will be around for a very long time. This is as a result of its capabilities and its support of cyber-physical systems. As it relates to the nuclear plant, and it's important to understand that in every workforce, the diversification of the different type of skilled labor and levels of certification, all the entities will have to play an integral part. When the renewable energy with the focus on photovoltaic evolved some years ago, it was important that technicians were properly trained and certified to facilitate the installation, maintenance, and also the certification of these initiatives out there, energy sources for safety and regulatory practices. And in 2021, when the Ministry of Mine and Energy changed the whole inspection regime, it was the Heart and the State Trust that reached to the professionals out there in the field, all of those skill sets, and we brought them under the umbrella and implement the Electrical Inspection Level 4 program that would enable and gear them towards the license and for them to eventually become private inspectors that can inspect these facilities that people have in their business place, their industries and home, and get them certified. And it is critical to understand that we also develop over 10 occupational standards to support the industry, to include renewable energy inspection system, renewable energy efficiency technology, and of course, energy management and energy audit. These were in demand by the industry because all our occupational standards are normally, we do a study and the industry indicate to us what they need, what levels of workers and what to certify. And it will be the same as it relates to how we work towards implementing the new nuclear plant. And the thing about the National Service and Training Agency, we have the flexibility to change the standards and our curriculum as the industry changes, because as you would be well aware, it's the industry that fuels our operations. And so that diversification is left with us. We are not tied to a fixated curriculum because we own the standards, the standards department, and we facilitate the changes as is needed. And also, not even the full standards, like if there are job certs or components that change that the industry need specific persons to operate, we can tailor that job search to facilitate that need as well. And so for every initiative that would have, and every industry that exists in Jamaica and established, the Heart and Estate Trust has always played that pivotal point because of the vested interest of that 3% and our interest to continue to keep our responsive, the flexibility in our response to the needs of the industry as we go on.
Thank you very much. So, continuing on from that point, Dr. Campbell mentioned about the deliberateness of it, and this is a very good first step, and we're discussing these things, important topics. But going from theory to implementation, I'd like to ask Mr. McCarthy, because I've, over the last couple of years, I've observed CMU doing very impressive things. So the timelines and milestones that are set, do you have any thoughts or recommendations on developing these programs, these initiatives that we're all talking about deliberately towards achieving it, just like CMU has developed over the last couple of years?
I think first of all, we need the will above all things. As long as we have the will, we will get it done. At CMU, we tend to be very agile, and we try to tailor our systems in such a way that we don't have a very high level of bureaucracy in terms of getting things done, because a lot of things that we take 20 years to do sometimes are things that could be done in 3-4 years. We have started the discussion on this particular topic. I do hope that we don't find ourselves every year coming back to a forum like this just to talk and talk and talk and talk and do nothing. I'm expecting that when we leave here, we can convert whatever we talk about here to action. And if we seriously decide as a country that we are going down this road, and we put, as the old proverb would say, our money where our mouth is, I think we can pull this thing off. We have the human resource in terms of the raw material. We can train people within the time frame that would be available for the development of this particular project. Mind you, when we start operation, we may need to bring in persons from abroad to work along with our local people. But over, let's say, a 5-10 year period, we can actually phase out the expatriates and have our own people. But it all boils down to will.
Thank you very much. And so I'll go to naturally to you, Dr. Campbell, since you talk about, one, the deliberateness of this approach, two, the need for funding. And so jumping from there, can you discuss the challenges and maybe possible solutions to be deliberate about getting the funding and pressuring, or not pressuring, but enticing, whether it be government or industry, to help us approach achieving this goal that we're having? Give me that one. No, go ahead.
This one is working now. Yeah. All right. So before I begin an answer, Joseph's, I'm going to say, excellent presentation. I'm hoping we can, if his presentation is back up there, if we can go back one slide. The 3 areas that he mentioned, those 3 areas. Note he said that the students would have to spend an additional 1.5 years or 2 years. No, that comes at a cost. Now, if you ask any of our students at any of our universities, they'll tell you they already pay too much for school. So that invariably tells you that there is a role that has to be played, a deliberate role where funding is concerned for us to do it. That lays out clearly some of the technical competencies that are needed. It says we're not starting from zero. None of the universities are. But in order not to iSense exists. We could strip the staff from iSense to try to facilitate this, but guess what? That's leading to a drain. We need a new pool of talent, and we need those people. So we need complementary work to be done. And this, from all estimations, is a nice starting point, right? It doesn't get us all the way there, but it says to us, an additional 2 years of university is at what cost? And if it's not done locally, how do we incentivize our local people to get there? It has to be deliberate. And in the very same way we have a PATH program that takes people to a particular location, in the very same way we have SLB. Is it the case that if you are going to do nuclear energy, your SLB loan will be at 0%? Is it the case that if you complete your degree with a first-class honors and you work locally for 5 years, you wipe out your SLB loan? There are mechanisms that exist, and we are there. We just need to utilize those mechanisms appropriately. So it's not rocket science. But if you say to any of our students now, do physics, you're going to hear no. But if you say to them, if you do physics, there's a path, there's a guaranteed job, and that guaranteed job is specialized and pays you well enough, that STEM revolution that we're looking to start will find some gas and find some impetus to actually drive us fully all the way there. I'm hoping I've answered your question.
Excellently so. Thank you very much, Dr. Campbell. I would really love to talk about Sparks and how it could pivot to this nuclear energy program, but in the interest of time and for the narrative's sake, I will go to Mr. Josephs. Now, I know Mr. Josephs is very, his strength lies in collaboration and getting strategic networks in place. In fact, Mr. Josephs, along with our new dean, created a research group between the different faculties, different schools, to basically action following the words of the balance between science and technology, the technicians, the engineers. And so I wanted to talk about, I wanted Mr. Joseph's opinion or thoughts on, as Dr. Campbell said, the needs of the students. I know there's STEM scholarships that UTech has been promised, and I know School of Engineering, Faculty of Engineering specifically has, yes, have scholarships. And so, can you give us some insight, some thoughts on an approach to, one, the marketing side of things in terms of the pathway for the students to realize that there is a career in science and a career in nuclear energy, but also how to go about putting those plans in place to get scholarships specifically for nuclear energy.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Min, for that complicated question. Right, so, you know, to get something like this happen, human resource development for nuclear energy requires, as you alluded to earlier, critical partnerships across critical government agencies, private sector organizations, and some of those entities are in the room today. And you know, while we kind of battle the government for funding most times, and yes, funding should come from there in most instances, especially if it has to do with national development. But there are roles that other entities need to play to support these kinds of initiatives. And I think the viability or feasibility of nuclear energy provides enough incentive to identify those scholarship and donors out there to support. So I think, first of all, that there are potential for accessing and securing or identifying scholarship opportunities that students can support. Because our STEM scholarship at UTech, where we're getting, Prof, how much? 2.5, 2.4 billion? right, covers STEM. That includes nuclear energy, because that comes under, so already the Ministry of Education provides a STEM scholarship. The Ministry of Finance is providing a STEM scholarship. So the framework for funding already exists, right? What is necessary now is to pursue a developmental path. And I think the IAEA, in its milestone approach, also identified human resource development along that milestone. So there is, there's a framework. So there's no reinventing. The nuclear energy is such a science, such a nailed-down science. There's nothing that is discovery in this effort. Nothing that is discovery. Everything is already validated and prescribed, very, very prescribed. Everything is prescribed. So if we seek to put ourselves on a path for nuclear energy proliferation in Jamaica, the human resource development side, there is a template for that. And I'm saying that we have existing institutions. They are all, well, primarily here. We have existing frameworks to support the development and proliferation from the human resource side. Let me just quickly say that if you're going to build out a nuclear energy engineer from scratch, it will take you 2 years for the development and 4 years for the degree to produce the first graduate, right? We can produce a graduate in 2-3 years if there is a level of seriousness. And that would put us ahead of the timelines that the IAEA set for the development of same. So there is the scope for that. And I'd like to say that the School of Engineering, if I don't mind, if I could dare say, the University of Technology is in a position to support those kinds of initiatives and development when the time comes, CTD.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Joseph. So it's almost lunchtime, or it's past lunchtime, I should say. So I will take 2 questions from the audience. Is there anybody? Mr. Rowe?
It's a question from online. Denise Hall. She says, do we need an economic and cultural revolution to safely manage nuclear energy?
Is it addressed to anybody? No. Anybody? Sorry about that.
Well,
anybody wants to volunteer for that?
Any technology, there are several approaches to implementing a technology. And what you want to do when you're implementing a technology, particularly such a technology of this extent or scope, is that it is appropriate and that the ecosystem around it exists, right? So you need the ecosystem to support it. It cannot be parachuted. It has to be developed and it has to be allowed to evolve, and all of the other activities around society and the economy has to support it. What are the supply chain issues around nuclear energy? Where will those supply products and services come from? Is there a risk with the supply chain management? All of those economic and social implications have to be fully considered. And therefore, and that's the reason why a project like this has to be led by government, because it has too much national implication. In fact, there's no, as far as I know, nuclear energy initiative, unless it is on the ground, that is pursued outside of government, right? So therefore, it is a government-led initiative. The important thing is that as we evolve into the space, we have to just make sure that we check all the boxes. And the society, the economy is one of those that has to, we have to seriously consider how does the economy accommodate nuclear energy as a new source of energy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jivas. I'd like to add, yes, I'm coming to you. I'd just like to add, yeah, I agree that it has to be led by government, but through and via consultation from the scientists and the engineers and the experts. So I think that's important.
Agreed.
I'll just start with Prof. Grant.
This is real quick, and it's just a comment and just to reinforce what you said. This actually, we're having this conversation because of government. It was because of their announcement. There was actually a nuclear energy working committee established. So a number of the issues that have been mentioned, I will mention briefly in my presentation later, but just to say, government is on board or we would not be here talking right now.
All right, so last questions, rather quickly, please.
My question is short. We hear the discussion about implementing nuclear energy as a source of alternative energy resource here. But my concern, and it's been quoted as being safe and reliable. My concern, though, is what happens to the waste product, the nuclear waste product? How do you manage that? You say it doesn't generate, you know, global warming, but the waste products stay around for a very long time. What are we doing about that? That is a critical thing that we should be addressing.
Okay, so I'll let you, Dr. Campbell, answer that very quickly, but I would just like to say that there is a safety panel in the afternoon session, which will go into that in greater detail. So if you can just say, wrap it up very shortly on that.
Very, very, very short and very controversially, you mentioned renewable energy. The solar panels last for 25 years. There is no plan for, there's no national plan for what to do with the waste from solar panels. So we are in the same position, but it gives us an opportunity now to plan because the SMR is 60 to 80 years. So therefore, we have that timeline we can plan. Whereas a solar panel is 25 years. We've already jumped into that boat, but not have any waste management plan for the renewable energy. So it's just a controversial answer to say they're both equal, and we have an opportunity now to plan for it.
Thank you very much. I wouldn't necessarily say controversial. I do think that it's factual and it's something that needs to be thought of and talked about. So I'd like to finally thank all our esteemed panelists for their fruitful and thoughtful discussions. And I would just like to end by saying that I hope, well, first and foremost, as Prof. Grant says, it is very encouraging that this approach has been led by government with the inclusion and the consultancy of the experts and the scientists and the academics. And lastly, end by saying through all this discussion, not just in this panel, but in this entire nuclear energy forum today, that the word that I love, that I keep hearing is deliberate. I hope that we can get some deliberate actions in place to achieve our goal of nuclear energy. Thank you very much, and I hope you guys enjoy your lunch. And here is a token of our appreciation to our panelists.
So while he's doing that, I will take the microphone just to say and just to add. Yes, yes, Prof. Pro. And just so everyone to remember, it is all a collaborative effort. You may be seeing what's on the outside, but take a look at what's on the inside as well. All right, so before we go for lunch, we'll break for lunch. Lunch is provided. I must say thank you. I have to emphasize, thank you to our sponsors. iSense is a big part of this, obviously, but we also have our sponsors to thank, the OUR, and surprisingly too, this one is a civil engineer, Peter Jarvis and Associates, just to show you how important this is to Jamaica. So we really do give thanks to them. And I have on screen the symposium, Nuclear Energy Symposium, that will be held May 13 to 15 here in the shared facilities. This is not an open event. However, registration is still open. And this is Dr. Paris Leo Ayi. He is the chair of the board of iSense. So yes, I report to him. I'm on the board as well. So welcome, Dr. Paris Ayi. All right, so we break for lunch now. Ladies and gentlemen, lunch is served. Thank you. with the afternoon plenary that will be presented by Professor Charles Grant, the Director General of iSense. And he'll be speaking on strategies for enhancing public understanding and involvement in nuclear energy initiatives. And that will set us up extremely well for the discussions this afternoon. Prof. Grant?
Presentation. I can't actually see it. Okay, as the title suggests, good afternoon all previous things accepted. That said hi to everybody already. All right, so as the title suggests, I'm going to share with you some of our thoughts about how we will engage in the public over the next few years to see if we can swing the barometer in the positive direction as to how the public perceives nuclear energy. So shown here is the outline of my presentation. I'm going to give a brief situation and analysis of the situation of the country right now. I won't have to say too much about that again, as many of our colleagues previously had outlined this in quite some detail. I'll then go on to talk about the stakeholder engagement using the milestone approach as outlined by the IAEA. We'll talk about the potential challenges that we know we will face and then give you some conclusions. So, to set the scene, Jamaica's energy goals are: goal 1, all Jamaican consumers have access to safe and affordable electricity supplies. Affordability of electricity is maintained by keeping load on the grid. Resource and resilience planning and procurement are planned in an integrated way. Jamaica's electricity system operates efficiently. Jamaica's electricity system is resilient, and Jamaica moves towards a net zero carbon electricity sector. So, I mean, this was explained in some detail earlier today by the OUR, by our colleagues, Mr. Fagan. As you can see, there's been a significant shift away from just petroleum products. And again, I won't go into detail as this was already said, but we've moved to LNG and a lot more renewables. And we know as time is progressing, we are moving closer and closer to this 50% of renewables. As you can see, there was some recent installation of both wind and solar PVs. So, the tentative times or timelines for the introduction of nuclear power. Well, in the vision for the Electricity National Energy Sub-Policy, Jamaica considers all types of emerging zero-carbon technologies, including ocean thermal, wave energy, floating solar, and, as I highlighted in green, commercially viable nuclear technologies. The emphasis being on commercially viable, at the large and small scales, and once they are proven in commercial operations elsewhere, deploys them domestically wherever this minimizes the total cost of ensuring a reliable source of electricity supply. So as again was mentioned earlier, there are of course points where nuclear energy could be injected. This is largely dependent upon the age of the fleet, so when we would be retiring certain plants. So this always affords us a point at which we can inject nuclear energy. Of course, it won't be the only one available. Of course, we are heading to zero fossil fuels by 2050, and this is reliant on this triangle as shown here. Any new source must be reliable, affordable, and of course, no carbon. So, as has been said many, many times today, we will be adopting the IAEA's milestone approach to nuclear energy. Now, this includes 3 milestones, 3 phases, and 19 infrastructural issues that have to be dealt with. As you would have heard mentioned in a number of our debates here this morning, and again, I'm sure later today, these infrastructure issues have all been pointed out by our panelists, but they're all included here, and so we are well aware of these things and that they will have to be done. Of course, at the bottom line there, you see the reactor technology assessment. That's very important. if the technology is not there to back up the timelines that we're talking about, again, it won't happen. So it's very important that the technology also exists. So key to this, of course, is stakeholder engagement. It's what I'm really here to talk about today. So, who is a stakeholder? Stakeholder is anyone with a specific interest in a given issue or direction. And the reality is, we don't choose the stakeholder. They invite themselves to this situation. You will note, I've mentioned most of the government offices here, OPM, so we can just generalize this as the GOJ. Academia, JPS, of course. NEPIO, some of you may not be familiar with that acronym. It stands for the Nuclear Energy Program Implementation Organization, and I will say a lot more about that in a bit, because this is going to be the key to how this all works. It embodies a number of the points that were pointed out by the other panelists about all the various arms and organs that are going to be required to work together in order to get this to happen. Now, again, circled in green here, you will see our regulatory bodies. The one in red now does not exist now, so I've made up a name, so I hope you all use it in the future. That's the Jamaica Nuclear Energy Authority. That will be the one that will have to actually oversee the operations and regulations of a nuclear power plant. We have here, and right there sitting at the front row, our Director General of the HSRA, the Hazardous Substance Regulatory Authority. They are presently responsible for all persons using ionizing radiation in Jamaica and are acting as advisory body to a number of countries in the region as well, along with ISENS. Now, you can see here I've circled a group in red. These are, everybody's important in this group, but this is going to be the external group over which we really need to try and persuade that the way that we're moving forward is correct and it can be done safely and so on. So these are the persons that we will really have to engage and bring up to speed in terms of what the technology is and all its benefits, as well as looking at its downsides as well. So what is stakeholder engagement? This is the process by which an organization engages people who may be affected by the decisions it makes or can influence the implementation of its decisions. Engagement may take the forms of sharing information, consulting, participating in dialogue, or deliberating on decisions, and so on. Today being one of the first steps in that process. Enabling stakeholders to make their own views known, very important, so we don't shut them down. You invite them in and try and educate. Building trust and understanding, not just us talking to them, but us listening to them and then responding. So, the importance of stakeholder engagement. This is a particularly profound role in the sustainability of a nuclear power plant. So not just at the startup, but even going forward is something that would have to be sustained. So we need strong continuing government support through all phases, and it must be facilitated by stakeholder support, which is created through effective stakeholder engagement strategies. This must be maintained throughout the life cycle, including operating reactors, temporary spent fuel storage facilities, and final radioactive waste repositories. So all these issues must be taken on upfront. They are not to be denied, not to say, well, it will go away. No, it won't. We need to deal with it. And we also need to adjust the message as things change. As the technology changes, maybe what we roll out won't be exactly what we said at the beginning, but there's no reason to not deal with it. You make the correction and move on. And it is an integral part of decision making. No politician or policymaker is going to move forward with an issue that the people are not behind. So what are the principles of stakeholder engagement? Practice early and frequent consultation. Like I said, this is the beginning of one. Understand your stakeholders' opinions. Consult with stakeholders before decisions are made. And continue, I highlight this in green because we're not there yet. This is when the reactor is up and running. Continue frequent consultations in the whole life cycle of the nuclear power plant. The benefits and risks must be communicated upfront. So, and to get the stakeholder to understand why are we even considering this. So benefits and risks, and the risks, as I said, don't deny that. We have to deal with that. And exhibit accountability. And again, this is where the regulator comes into play. We have half of what we need here already, but the other half, the JNEA, as I've coined it, will be needed to bring forward the confidence that we are accountable, that we are checking all the boxes that we need to. So what are the expected challenges? As you can imagine, there are many. The biggest is public understanding and acceptance. We have a whole plan for this, but I'll say a little bit more about that in a bit. We also have to consider that decision makers often underestimate the public stakeholder challenges. The funding that I keep hearing mentioned. It's going to take a lot of resources to get this done properly, and I think it can be underestimated just the amount, the enormity of the task that we'll have. So human resources and budgets need to be dealt with. So the size of the stakeholder engagement team, we are at this very phase right now. We are looking into this as we speak. And to kind of quantify the financial resources that will be required if we are to roll out this message effectively and in a timely manner. Now, as I said, I mention it again, this should become the take-home word for the day, the milestone approach. Any stakeholder engagement should be lockstep with the milestone approach for the other components of the 19 infrastructure issues that we'll have to deal with. So each of the, excuse me, each of our messaging campaigns must be in line with the milestone that we're at. So again, you've seen this diagram multiple times, but this is where we're at right now. This is our assessment of where we are. Now, in the milestone approach, you will notice that in the IEA's document, there is no phase 0. We are in phase 0. And we have taken certain actions. So let me deal with phase 0. All the other steps you've seen in milestone 1, 2, and 3, these are prescribed in the IEA's document. These are known steps, known infrastructure issues that we have to deal with. So we're okay with that, and a number of them were mentioned, and a number of potential solutions also were offered today in terms of training of personnel, building out of the grid, the understanding of the injection points of where nuclear energy could come in, how to keep the grid stable, how this works with renewable energies as well. So let me talk about phase 0 then. As I said, we are only here today because the government has interest in this. They have engaged us. They made the announcement. And they have in fact formed what we call the NEWC, the Nuclear Energy Working Committee. We have been engaging with a number of international stakeholders, the IEA for one, the US DOE, US NRC, the Canadian Nuclear Regulatory Authority as well, and a number of other industry players as well. But right now we're trying to remain technology agnostic. We're not going down the road of any one particular designer just yet. Let us get what we need to do to make the evaluation in place before we start interacting directly with new technologies. So, to date, the Nuclear Energy Working Committee, as I said, has engaged with our international partners. We have gone on a number of training courses with the IEA that have helped us to develop reactor technology assessment tools. We have also developed the first draft of the actual roadmap that takes us from milestone 1 to milestone 3. So that actually is in draft and has been sent to Cabinet for their consideration. So we have been working behind the scenes quietly. So I'm glad that we have this forum here, because I've heard a number of persons saying, well, we haven't done anything yet, or we don't have any capabilities yet, which is not quite true. We've had a reactor here for 40 years. We have a regulator in place, and we have a number of industries that actually use nuclear technology on a day-to-day basis. So we're not really at ground zero, but for, to ensure that we get everything right, we'll start from zero and pretend like we have nothing. So our first major step for public engagement coming out from the Nuclear Energy Working Committee has been we have now put together a subcommittee on public information. Now, a number of our committee members, or the majority, are either academics, engineers, managers, so not necessarily persons versed in engaging with the public. Fortunately, we do have a public communications expert from the ministry who is heading up this subcommittee. Now, we believe our first steps will be to conduct a public survey to take the so-called temperature of the water before we embark on our educational campaign. Now, this educational campaign is not something that we will make up by ourselves. We're in fact having a workshop put on by the IAEA with 4 other international experts at various stages of this milestone that will help us develop a culturally sensitive messaging campaign to get through to our people, and with the salient points all lined out, and with our local publicity people or public campaign people to translate that into our language for our people, for our consumption. So we'll do that. We hope to get this running within the next 6 months, after which, the surveys will take place, the public information campaign, and then a second survey after that to assess where we've moved the needle. Are the people now convinced, being armed with all the information that they need, that nuclear energy can work in Jamaica? And that's going to be key. And of course, based on what that says, it may be thought that we should extend the campaign, or it may be a yes-no decision. That is above my pay grade at this point, so it's something we will try to move the needle in the right direction. So, key elements of a stakeholder engagement strategy. So we have to map the interests of the stakeholders, what they find to be most important. It's key. We need to keep internal stakeholders engaged, so that means all of you. Keep your interest alive, keep your input coming in. And we also have to have a list of key messages. So understanding the key goals, the opportunities, the concerns of stakeholders, and what parts of the energy policy this will impact. And we must keep on pressing the message as to why the government is even exploring nuclear energy. As I said, there has been a renaissance. I mean, Mr. Dennis had given you a good lay of the land on the technology that is almost available there right now. This is the reason why we have interest again, because the technology that they're producing now, we hope is of the size and safety benefits that they say they have that can work in Jamaica. So that's the main reason why we are looking at it now. And again, if they deliver on the cost of electricity, again, that's another great impulse for why we should be going down that way. So, in conclusions, ultimately the decisions to message repeatedly and effectively and truthfully. That's very important. We must be honest at all times and transparent. If the Jamaican government commits to incorporating nuclear power into its energy mix, the IEA's milestone approach to nuclear power would be adopted. So you all know what the milestone approach is now. You must have heard it 50 times already today. So have it ingrained in your minds. Realistically, in the context of Jamaica, this would be 15 to 20 years out. This also is in line with the development of the technology. It's also in line with the retirement of certain units that they're generating with now. And it's also in line with the 100% decarbonization of our energy sector. The timeline would also highly depend on the availability of deployed SMR technology with adequate operational experience. I have no intention of Jamaica being a guinea pig. First-of-a-kind reactors will not get my backing. I would like to see a track record of safe operation before I would suggest that anybody take on any such technology. So I'm, as avid campaigner for nuclear technology as I am, I'm also a safety first. I live here, my kids will live here. So I would like to end with a little food for thought. I won't read all this. I'm going to share this presentation with you. You can all read what was said by Rear Admiral Rickover about the pros and cons of the so-called paper reactors that are in design and a real reactor that is actually delivered. Now, I'm going to add to this the reason why this last statement is true. It's true for old technology, because each reactor that was ever installed was unique. Each reactor was built specifically for a client. There was no mass production. This goes away if SMRs work, when you mass produce them. So you know your unit cost, you know your supply chains, you know everything. And then that bottom half disappears if the SMR philosophy is adopted and works. But this is just food for thought. So again, I would add, again, messaging to re-emphasize must be on point. No false promises. Don't say it will be here in 5 years and you don't have a clue. We have no control over that. So we'll keep the messaging on point. And with that said, I thank you for your attention, and let's talk. And I hope I made up some time.
Okay, are there any questions? Any questions? Oh, Doesn't seem to be any questions. Everybody is on the. No, it's very clear. Oh, Prof. Brown has one question.
Yes, our colleagues, I don't want to
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof. Grant, for that enlightening, informative, and stimulating presentation. When you had the list of stakeholders, I realized that you left out ODPEM.
My mistake.
Okay.
It's not a total, this is just a snapshot of
Okay.
who should be there. In fact, what I should have summarized was the GOJ and not go down so deeply in the government arm of things.
Okay. That's fine. That's fine.
All government should be involved.
All right. All right.
I should have mentioned something which is very important, which you kind of bring me back to now. The formation of the NEPIO, the Nuclear Energy Program Implementation Organization. Now that should be headed by someone very high in government, either the Prime Minister, him or herself, or an ambassador, or at least a minister, because that person has to have the authority to speak to anybody in government and direct policy. So that kind of brings me back, as you mentioned, why was ODPEM left off? But when the NEPIO is formed, which is what will follow the new C, all stakeholders, all levels of government will be involved, and I believe the new C will become just a secretariat under the NEPIO rather than the leading organization at that point.
Okay. And finally, I must say that your section on communicating the benefits and the risks to the stakeholders, I think it is very important. It sits at the heart of what we are trying to achieve, because I think that there are a lot of myths out there that we need to dispel it. We have to unlearn people everything that they know about nuclear energy and then try to teach them what is the correct thing and then get their buy-in. And I totally agree with you that no government should go ahead with something like nuclear energy and decide that they're going to do it without getting the buy-in or the backing from the stakeholders. So thank you very much for that presentation.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Well, if not, we thank you very much, Prof. Grant. We learned quite a bit from your presentation, and I have it, so if anybody needs it, just email me, tchambers@utech.edu.jm, and I can share it with you. He has given me permission to do that. All right, so we're moving on now to the third panel, which Prof. Grant has set us up so excellently for, and this is on environmental and emergency safety strategies. And the chair of the moderator of that panel is Professor Earl Wilson. Prof. Wilson, can you get your panel together?
Panelists, could you come forward, please? Yeah, they're just sitting. Don't be surprised that Dr. Campbell was here before. ask for bios on the one I get, so I'm going to ask them to just come and introduce themselves, the background, when they're called to do it. But I want to thank Professor Grant for that introduction there, because it set us up nicely. Because I've already concluded that the government will be playing catch up. From I was a boy, I know about mushroom, and I don't want that for lunch. But the cloud that you see in movies, right, nuclear. Secondly, right in this room, we have somebody who was in Russia shortly after the incident in Russia. Professor Noel Brown was there. But do not ask him how many children he has had since then. So we keep it at that. So the public perspective need to be addressed. So I'll ask the panelists to come now one at a time, introduce yourself, and we'll take it from there. Yes. No. Introduce and do your short presentation.
All right, good. So my presentation is very short. My name is Leonard Francis. I'm the CEO Government-Owned Planner of the National Environmental Planning Agency. And I'm an environmental planner amongst a lot of things. Some people call me FF. That is if you're on campus with me, all right? Good. Don't ask what that means. Thank you very much. All right, good. So I'll be very brief. Now, technically for us, right, the solar energy can be one of the most important things in the future for us to provide our major energy source. And I won't go back over the things that was done by Prof and the others. Now, as was mentioned, it is a low carbon emission. It's low, very low, or none. And what is guaranteed as well is that you're not going to get any emission of fine particles like when you're using fossil and other type of fuel. No nitrogen dioxide, no sulfur dioxide, no nitrate, phosphate, or otherwise. So we are sure about that. Now, of course, as would have been mentioned before, we all know what can happen if you have a nuclear accident. So that is of concern to everyone. But be rest assured, though, that, and I'm trying to be very brief, in an island like Jamaica that is what? 441 square miles. So it's 146 miles long, 51 miles wide. What happens if you use a conventional, if you have a conventional nuclear plant and you have a meltdown? What do you think would happen to our beautiful island? What do you think would happen? All right, but guess what? Technology is our savior, right? Are you going to tell me it's Jesus? All right, good. So let us just quickly explain. What most persons use or most countries use to address issues related to environmental concerns, emergency, and safety strategies, normally several issues. One, we try to use zoning. Now, Jamaica does not have any zoning whatsoever for nuclear plants. So if you check our zoning plans, there'll be none. And nuclear plants will be dealt with under what we call a sui generis, which there's no heading for it. It is dealt with on its own. But there have been other solutions put forward, and then I'm going to give you the punch out after this. There'll be other solutions put forward in which if we want to have a nuclear plant in Jamaica, some say, well, bring it to Pedro Keys. I'm just saying what people say. Some say we can put it on a floating platform. Some say bury it underground. All sorts of things are produced. Some say, all right, what you do, put the plant to one side of the island and then put everybody over the other side. Some say, all right, just put it in the middle and we have some to that side, because you don't want to miss your nice beach and everything else. Now, another argument is that you should do careful cost-benefit analysis, and you should have very strict safety guidelines. I'm wrapping up. And you should ensure you have a rigorous EIA process, put in place emergency plans, public education, all that is put out. But this is the punchline now. With the new technology as it is now, in which we call small modular nuclear reactors, and you can research it afterwards, you don't have to worry about meltdowns. The technology is such that one, you will not have meltdowns. Two, they will just shut down and cool off. And three, the literature states that if I'm standing right here and the plant is right there, I could actually stare and look on the plant if it starts to malfunction. There will be no dangerous emission from there. Now, the biggest issue you're going to have with this plant, though, would be the waste that comes from it, because these plants are still going to generate spent fuel, and you're going to have nuclear waste. And that's what we have to address. But there have been several conventional ways to address it, and it's something we can look at otherwise. They have now coming up with organisms that can digest this waste. Some people are saying we could bury it, but they are very important ways to actually deal with it. Now, let me repeat, with the technology as it is now, yes, it's going to cost a lot to actually develop and implement totally, but there are plans out there with it. You do not have to worry about the environmental emergency and safety strategy. As somebody said to me, Prof, don't worry anyway. Wildlife and the environment will always bounce back, and the literature shows that, right? So this person said to me that, don't worry about the environmental concerns so much. Worry about you, because you might not be able to have any children, or you might grow an extra head. Oh, I'm only kidding, guys. Don't worry. The new technology is safe based on our reading and based on our research. And guess what will happen? We'll have unlimited power source if we manage it carefully. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't worry, be happy. The discussion coming up will deal with that.
Thanks much, Prof. Wilson. Good. Good afternoon, everyone. I trust there have been some quite interesting discussions, and we're able to share different ideas, express different concerns in terms of how we move into a space where including nuclear technologies in our energy mix. I am Cliff Riley from the Hazardous Substances Regulatory Authority. Should be named the Nuclear Safety and Radiation Protection Regulatory Authority, but we are working on that name. I'm from a science background. Scientist, straight chemistry, biochemistry, and I've moved more into regulatory space to see how we can utilize technologies to advance our economy, not just in terms of having robust regulatory frameworks, but how we can move the country forward. Just a couple of things I want to touch on briefly in terms of the use of SMRs within Jamaican space. And Prof. Grant touched on it really clearly. Public perception is very important. Without a consensus from the public, you can't really move forward with any policy, any directive. And also, misconceptions or alternate conceptions are a very dangerous thing. So we have a primary responsibility to sensitize the public, to sensitize persons within our sphere in terms of the benefits as well as the risk related to using radionuclides or ionized radiation in general. In the next session, I'll speak a bit more on the regulatory framework and the role we play at the HSRA in terms of trying to advance that to ensure your safety, the safety of property as well as the environment, because those are very, very important components that we have to consider once we're looking at using any form of radionuclides. A quick question though, how many persons in this room have any knowledge of the number of radioactive or radionuclides we have in Jamaica? Except Charles. You see, the thing is, we have been using radionuclides for years. Prof. Grant spoke about their research reactor. They have a high-enriched uranium reactor, which was replaced by a low-enriched uranium reactor. And I think it's similar energy levels, Prof. Charles, that will be used in the SMRs. We have a history of working with nuclear-based materials in a safe manner. It's not new within this space. So just to put that out first and foremost, right? We have radioactive materials throughout the entire country. We have nuclear medicine programs at UWI. We have teletherapy machines at KPH, teletherapy machines at Cornwall Regional Hospital. We're now using LINAC accelerators. We have been using advanced technologies, the nuclear technologies, for decades. It's not new. There's an additional caveat implemented by the government, and that is the implementation of a regulatory body, the HSRA, through the Nuclear Safety and Radiation Protection Act in 2015 and the regulations in 2019, which led to the birth of the HSRA. There are a number of international partnerships and relationships. Charles spoke about some earlier, the milestone approach from the IAEA, the different steps we have to go through. We have 15 to 20 years to get this right and to be able to transfer that information in such a way that persons understand. We have robust safety procedures and protocols in place. Yes, there are regulatory constraints. Currently, SMRs, no form of nuclear technologies based on their laws can be exploited to generate energy. That's the ground base. So we are at ground zero, as Prof. Charles indicated. However, we already have procedures to ensure safety of people, property, and the environment. Yes, there will be need for another entity to give full space regulatory oversight on any entity developing SMRs to generate energy within the Jamaican space, but we're not starting from ground zero. So I want to assure persons that there are some safety procedures and protocols in place. We have a history of utilizing these technologies. We have persons who are trained in different aspects of using radionuclides, but there's additional need for human capacity development and expansion. So we have to look, and as Charles indicated, once we go through the evaluation of looking at different type of systems we're looking at in terms of SMRs, what are we looking at? Are we looking on what type of system do we really want? Which ones are the safest? And as Prof indicated, it gives us time to evaluate what happens in China, in Russia, and India. Argentina is building out their systems now. So we have time to see which of the systems have those fail-safe safety systems in place, should in case there are any incidents or accidents. But there's no anticipation that it poses major risk like the traditional nuclear power plants. But some of the considerations we have to bear in mind when you look on the environmental safety, looking at the safety of people, we have to look at waste management, disposal, and storage. That is critical. When the spent fuel is generated, what do we do with it? There are a number of systems in place where there are agreements that once the spent fuel is generated, it is shipped back to the manufacturer, the supplier of the SMR, or different modules, and they manage it. There are other systems where we manage that as a country. Our laws in Jamaica currently states that it goes back to sender. Fine, so the issue of the spent fuels, unless that is changing regulations, will be a matter of it comes to us, I buy it from you, when it has gone through its effective lifespan, I send it back to you for you to manage it, right? The next component is the spent fuels, conversion of spent fuels. How can it be converted? What other purpose can it be repurposed to do? Purpose for? And can it be done in local spaces? You're looking on the radiological emergency plan. I was making a comment to myself, Prof. Charles, when Prof. Brown mentioned about ODPM. ODPM has a role in emergency response. Currently in the existing portfolio, they're not playing a role in the nuclear safety and radiation protection plans. It is now. So there has to be mandates and instructions to get all these critical entities on board if you're going to have safe procedures with effective generation and our people, property, and environment are protected. I'll just keep it there for now. You can see the other areas we're talking about and allow the other speakers to have their input.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prof. Mr. Blake, do your introduction first, please, and a short presentation.
Thank you, Professor Wilson, and all protocols observed. Wow, there isn't really anything else left for me to say. It's been said. And recognizing the fact that my CEO is in the room, I make sure to use a very measured discussion here, very brief. My background is in chemistry and thereafter environmental management. My first
interface or semi-interface with iSense was after my master's degree in 2000. I went on the advice of a friend to try and seek a job. And, well, I'm working at NEPA for the past 23 years. One of the questions I was asked, why did I make that jump from chemistry to environmental management? But I didn't consider it a jump. Multidisciplinary synergies are there, and by the august representation in the room, you can see where these synergies are. But speaking from the regulatory side, clearly, at the end of a process, there is going to be some waste generated. And this is not your typical hazardous waste or one of the categories that, oh, I'm going to put in an incinerator like medical waste. No. This category, these nuclides, tend to have half-lives or lifespans that outspan human existence. So we need to know how we're going to store it, how we're going to treat it, what kind of facility is going to be housing this type of waste, in addition to the facility that produces the energy. So there's more than one consideration. And within our categories of enterprises, within our permit and licensing system, there are opportunities to have a discussion with all the parties at the table to decide which of the categories would be best to achieve this end. And speaking of the word end, this is the end of my little discourse for the point.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Dr. Campbell, you before, so let's give us your short oversight.
All right, for the record, I much prefer to be called J-A-Y, because doctor tends to put a distance between me and you. All right? No, I am going to play devil's advocate. Forgive me. All right? Now, I'm a process-oriented person, so I was very happy when I saw that full list of processes. But, as a Jamaican, we ask ourselves, what if? So, we have a plan. We don't know which one of the reactors we're going to choose yet, which means the what ifs are very many, right? We don't know where it's going to come from yet. We haven't evaluated whether or not it's going by ship or, meaning the waste, by cargo plane. We haven't decided yet. But if it goes by ship, imagine that ship leaving our waters on a Friday evening, attempting to leave our waters on a Friday evening. You wake up Sunday night and you hear there's a system brewing in the Caribbean, and that system, as we've seen, because of climate change, it's no longer a 5-day lead time for it to go from tropical depression to a category 5. So within that window, the next update you hear is that there's a major system which is going to miss Jamaica but impact open waters. A lot of us who say Jamaica has been spared. Now what if the waste that we are looking to send back to the supplier in a ship on the open waters was well within that zone? Are we suggesting that during the hurricane season we now send back the waste? Or are we suggesting that, well, when the waste is ready, if today's weather forecast is clear, I'm sending it back? So forgive me for being devil's advocate, and in being devil's advocate, I am advocating for SMRs, but I have to be the person. Everybody else come and say, yes, supporting. There has to be one dissenting voice. In fact, there's a great written story about a general who paid somebody to say opposite to anything, just find something wrong with what I'm doing. So I'm letting you know, the context of climate change puts everything into question. That what if question becomes a bigger challenge because our waste has to leave. We've seen many ships now listing in waters they used to travel very easily. How much cargo gets lost, ships get sunk. And if that happens within our territorial waters, the sand, sea, sun, and fun they come for will just be not sure. So let's start with that what if.
Thank you very much. Keep the mic. Okay, I think this is a session that begs most question because this is where the rubber meets the road. As rightly said, the what ifs. And as Jamaicans, you know that. So. Okay, so I have the open question, right? So that is it, the what ifs. I was getting at that, given all of this, even if the waste they will be properly stored to transport, foolproof in terms of what's happening, and even if the ship crashes and it's go to the bottom of the sea, what is its life there? These are the questions I'm asking. And I say, as Jamaicans, one thing we know, we want the answers up front. We don't want it come at the back of the thing. So we're asking the question now, who want to answer? I'm going to ask the panel, the audience to ask your questions. But I'm just saying right now, we are talking about SMR, beautiful. The smallest one I saw this morning, maybe I wasn't seen properly, was 20 megawatt electric, right? Good. That is not like a thing that's at your way. Your plant is not 20 megawatt, right? It is? Thank you very much. So we're talking about scaling up, and this is what the public is all about. So who want to address that, to tell Jamaican that the technology that we are seeing, and what was said this morning, if I heard correctly, is that all that we have been hearing of are really quote-unquote experimental in terms of not anybody have one system right across the globe. That is that one system might be 10 places being operating. That almost every system that you hear about in the SMR, well, not the SMR, the existing one, are individual, are different types of system. How do we treat you that? And I'm talking with you, Prof, to answer the first question. And then I'll open the question to the floor.
It has a lot to do with planning. We can legislate as much as we want, but there's a lot to do with how we plan and how we implement. We are looking on procedures to guide an operation. You look on all the what-ifs. And you also look on the international obligations and agreements that currently exist. Luckily for us, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not aware of much maritime issues, within our waters that we have lost cargo or anything of that sort. And just to add a little bit, a spin to the what-ifs, we have higher energy materials moving through the region currently. So, and sometimes when you're not aware of the information, you feel a bit more comfortable. But when information becomes too aware, it becomes uncomfortable. So sometimes ignorance, as I say, can be bliss. Ignorance is important at times. But everything has to do with the strength of the regulatory framework and the implementation that we have within the country. As well as the obligation. As Charles indicated, they have a low-enriched uranium reactor at UAI. They had a high-enriched uranium reactor here for a number of times. It came to the country nice and safely. It exited the country nice and safely in the absence of a regulatory body with clearly outlined transportation procedures and protocols. Those transportation procedures and protocols for both air and maritime are in the process of development. And there are a number of policies that currently exist from our international partners that guides it. And there are also international maritime security and safety protocols that these entities have to abide by in terms of movement of all hazardous material, not just radioactive materials, but they're looking at hazardous chemicals as well as hazardous solids. There are a lot of protocols and procedures in place. However, I agree we have to consider the extremes and put strategies in place to prevent that from happening. But
Okay,
I don't
thank
think
you
it's
very
something
much.
that should drive us in a matter of panic because they're moving in the region already.
Yes. I move to the floor to ask question. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Let's not scare ourselves because of the fact that we do have nuclear submarines, nuclear ships. You might want to ask yourself, what if one of them have an accident and sunk? What would happen? So it has, and they have been around now for more than 3 decades, over 30 years. It has never happened. It can. It can. I'm not going to say it will never happen, but so far it has not happened. And because of what Dr. Riley is saying about the different safety and different regulation, and we'll talk a little bit more on that if you stay around for the fourth panel. And because I have the mic, can I ask my question? That was my question. That was my question.
All right.
The question I kind of want to just build on something, but I have 2 questions before the question. The first one is that are we a member of the Basel Convention? And I would say this is a hazardous material. I know the Basel Convention, it controls the movement, the transboundary movements of hazardous waste. And I'm saying that, would that be a problem? Because I heard it was said by Prof. Grant that we would return the waste to the sender. And I'm saying that would the Basel Convention, and because we are a member, or I think we are a member, would that prevent us from doing that?
I think the Basel Convention does not include nuclear materials. It's IAEA, it falls under the IAEA. So it has its own convention to deal with its movement.
But a question, whether or not I come to you. Aren't we in a very tight loop? If all of that works out, is there any way to prevent the person that the return, that the cost to return that we have to pay, can that go up?
You have to, and I can tell you, we've done it already with the HEU call.
Mm-hmm.
That agreement must be in place, and the country's laws must be such that they can accept the material. Now, the US, for instance, has a law that says they can't take nuclear waste. No one said anything about irradiated fuel.
Mm-hmm.
So we sent them back irradiated fuel. We did not send them back waste. And by the way, the other thing when we talk about nuclear waste, a spent fuel rod typically only has 5% of the usable fissionable fuel spent at the end of its life. Recycling is a big option. So you don't need to keep digging uranium out of the ground if you can recycle. So it's about the technology you put in before for the manufacturing of the fuel, if it can be made in such a way that it can be easily recycled. And secondly, Jay, I've got to get back to this point. People have in mind that when these things, the material is like a loose powder, it's a gas, it's a liquid, it's like a steel bar. So if you drop it in water, nothing happens. And there's nothing easier to detect than a radioactive material. So as you know, at the bottom of the sea, you'll be able to detect it and find it. So it's not like it's going to drop in seawater and dissolve and disperse and so on. So
that's another question here.
1 second first. My job has been done. My job has been done. It was to get those answers out. It's not a mystery. But guess what? Without those answers, we'll still be left in the what-if scenarios. The experts have all this knowledge resident within them. But is it easily transferable? It is. Does it get across every day? No. So the expertise is here. The answers are here. Now comes the transference. My job is done.
Thank you very much. A question here.
Okay. For the nuclear waste, you hear me?
No.
Okay, for the nuclear weight, you could put the nuclear weight into a nuclear breeding reactor. We turn the nuclear weight into more reactor fuel, which you could create a self-efficient system. And for the SMR waste, the SMR is a multi-sort reactor, so the weight decay about 100 years than the typical 1,000 years for the typical reactor. And for your thing about the weight going to the ocean, there is what, I don't know the thing content, but there is a bomb that was dropped on Bikini Plateau, nuclear bomb. And when the researcher go into the ocean, the sea life was fine, the coral reef was fine.
Thank you very much. I'm glad about that. My concern that I have pictures still in my mind. The bomb that was dropped by American, I saw a picture of the image of a shadow on the wall. The image of a shadow, you know. The shadow itself left an imprint on the wall because of the nuclear. The point I'm making is that I'm trying to scare ourselves. It's just that we have to be. My second point is, I'm sure in all regulation is how to treat with earthquake of X magnitude. And if that's the case in Jamaica, we have been shaking a lot lately. Not high, but we hope it stays that way. How do we deal with that? How the regulation speaks to that? You know?
All right, currently the regulations, and in Prof. Brown's session, I hope we'll talk a bit more in terms of the regulations. I don't know if I want to give away Prof. Brown's secrets. All right, so we'll touch a bit on the regulations a bit later on. What I can indicate is that there will be quite a number of consultations publicly and with key partners. The beautiful thing about radioactive materials is that there's a lot of extensive oversight from the International Atomic Energy Agency, from the United States of America. Now the Department of Energy is working assiduously in Jamaica to ensure the safety and the security of the different systems that we're exploring, even for our own radionuclides, as a matter of fact. Same thing with the Canadian government. So there's a lot of oversight, there's a lot of guidance and human capacity building surrounding all these particular areas. But we'll touch on the regulatory framework a little bit, okay. Prof. So we want you to stay so we can have a more expansive discussion.
Thank you very much. No, can you pass back? Did you have a question? Please do.
Yeah, my question is, I understand the thought of once the fuel is spent, it's shipped out. My concern is, it's not shipped out with just the small remaining portions of uranium. The byproducts of the nuclear reaction are as deadly, if not more deadly, than the uranium. If the container that you ship it in, or even if locally ship it in, store it in here, has any leaks, what are the precautions and their measures we're taking to see about addressing that? Because everything that we say we've studied, we miss something, and some portion of it fails. Almost every system that has failed from nuclear or any other were well studied. Accidents happen, even when you think you know what you're doing.
One of the good things about science is that us scientists tend to learn from some of the other scientists' mistakes. Not so in all spaces in the world, right? All professions. The thing with shielding and secure packaging, we are very advanced in those particular areas. And I know Prof. Charles can touch on it a bit. There are nice systems, containment systems in place that can assure us that level of leakage for the materials being stored is going to be at the basic minimum. One of the things I want to touch on, though, Prof, before we move on, is in terms of the value of the additional radionuclides that are generated, as well as the spent fuel. They are valuable materials that can be explored to generate other forms of wealth. And I give you a particular example. We have 408 radium-226 brachytherapy needles in the Ministry of Health. That has been here for a number of years, and it's of no value to us. But companies are clamoring for us to export to them so they can convert it to actinium to treat cancer. And one actinium treatment is 100,000 US. So there are a lot of opportunities, so we do not see much challenges in moving the materials out of our country. And the regulations that exist, and I reckon will be included in the nuclear energy regulations as well, will require that initial agreement for the supplier to take back that used material. to their space. So they'll be either spending fuel or the radionuclides into their spaces. Just one other point, there are established guidelines. The Code of Conduct for the security and safety of radioactive materials by the IAEA is well established. No category 1 or 2 or high energy or high enriched or high risk radionuclides can enter the Jamaican space without us first consenting to it. That's one of the first thing. It cannot leave another member country until we consent. And that consent has to come through the HSRA, which represents the government. So the likelihood of the materials just coming in through some of the Ponzi schemes or so forth, it's not going to happen. We're talking about heavily regulated materials now, heavily regulated.
And just to the other point, again,
Yes.
When people talk about nuclear waste, the waste is locked up in the fuel.
Yeah.
It's not escaped from the body of the fuel, and the only time it ever does become dangerous or there's a possibility of it escaping is during a meltdown. But when we're talking about the storage of the fuel, that no longer exists. So it's bound in, let me just put this picture in your mind, a steel rod. It's locked up in there. So it's not like these materials are floating around or...
No, I understand that, but is it steel rod impermeable to the materials migrating because it's steel rod will decay or break apart due to the...
Over 100, maybe over decades, hundreds of years maybe.
All right, oh no, we have to stop here in interest of time. The experts have spoken. Safety, look like everything is curry. This in Jamaica. So let's see as we progress in terms of the safety. Any other issues I know that we can write to these guys I send to address any question that you have. Thank you very much for your time. We have to move on, Dr. Chambers. Thank you very much, panel.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are at the point where we should be going on another break, but in the interest of time, I think we will skip the second break and go straight into the fourth panel. And the fourth panel will have two people who you've seen already, but I'm quite sure they have a lot to say. That is why they'll be back with us. Prof. Brown?
I know you're gonna say the final panel, it's not the final, it's the fourth, because I think even after today, the conversation will continue. So I'm gonna invite my panel members. So Mr. Fagan, you could join us here, please. So we do have Mr. Fagan from the OUR. We have Dr. Riley from the HSRA, and we have also Ms. Cheryl Lewis from the OUR. I would allow my members, when they are called to the podium, they would come up and they would give a short introduction of themselves. Some of the present panelists, you would have already known them, but they could speak a little bit on the regulatory side of themselves, and then they would give their presentation. And then we'd follow the same order, a presentation, and then we have a brief discussion, then we invite questions from the audience. So that is what we're gonna do. So the name of our panel discussion is Regulatory Framework, which is important. My name is Noel Brown. I'm the Vice President of Academic Affairs and Accreditation from the CMU. When we were designing, looking at the discussions today, it was by design that this panel will come as the fourth panel. Because you would have come this morning, you have heard the great things. The first panel will talk about the different technologies, and then the plenum also talk about the different technologies. Then we move on to the human resource side of it, what we need and the capacity that we need to build as a country. Then we just hear about the environment and safety. And then we are going to look at or speak a little about regulation, because the regulation is, I think, what everyone is concerned about. That is what is going to keep us safe. I know the technology, just like one of my colleagues said, everything that is planned, designed, whatever, we can have failures. We can have an accident. What we try to do is try to make sure that the regulations are in place and the regulations are followed. So not only to have them in place, but make sure that they are followed. Sorry if I go back to this old story about the Chernobyl accident. One of the things with the Chernobyl accident, even though one of the panelists said this morning that there wasn't a regulation in place for you to have a containment zone, I know that from the start of the exploitation of nuclear energy, a containment zone is a requirement. The Russians decide that they're going to operate without a containment zone. And as they would say in Russia, kakras, it happens, right? They had an explosion and... No. I can't pronounce it, you know. I can't pronounce it again. No, that's not what. Okay. So it happened. And then what happened is that the nuclear, the spent material just could not be contained. And I think as far as Scotland, Western Europe was littered with nuclear garbage. And so the regulations, we have to be in place and we have to follow the regulations. Earlier, I think one of our I can't remember if it was an audience member, they said something about we would need a cultural revolution, what it said? Is an online person said we would need a cultural revolution, and I totally agree with that. And the reason I want to agree with that, and I will just say one thing, just take a good look at everything, at our infrastructure. Take a good look at our infrastructure as a country, and then you'd understand why we need that cultural revolution. Look at how we maintain our bridges, our buildings, our roads. All right, good. So at this point, I'm going to invite my first panelist, Ms. Cheryl Lewis, to introduce herself and speak a little bit about the topic. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Cheryl Lewis. I am a Deputy Director General from the Office of Utilities Regulation, and I have responsibility for legal and consumer and public affairs. I have over 20 years' experience in energy-related matters and almost 30 years' experience as an attorney. So I have worked mainly in the public sector. I've worked at the Attorney General's Chambers, being the Director of Commercial Affairs, dealing with most of the things, commercial matters that the government engage in, bond issues, bauxite issues, etc., Air Jamaica privatization. I was the attorney on that. And I moved to the OUR almost 14 years ago or 15 years ago, where I was first the general counsel there, and then I was promoted to Deputy Director General. So that's my background. And we're here to talk about today the legal and regulatory framework for nuclear power in the Jamaican electricity sector. And when we look at nuclear power, I'd be looking at the provisions, the standards, the conventions, then I'll be coming down to locally, and then I'll just show where there may be gaps that may need to be filled. So when you look at a nuclear power program, the International Atomic Energy Agency basically gives this sort of program as a national responsibility. It is not just an ordinary thing. And this is why the emphasis throughout the day has been the involvement of government, because it is essential that government takes responsibility for the program, even in terms of its funding, and also to ensure that the legal and regulatory framework is in fact in place. The concerns have been shown throughout the discussion today. Safety, paramount, everyone, and we have heard today about the Chernobyl and the Fukushima that happened in Japan. Security, safeguards, and of course, one thing where lawyers really do come in is the civil liability aspect of it, which haven't been explored today. But persons want to ensure that where there is any damage, nuclear damage, that there is some form of recourse to compensate persons. Jamaica has been a member of the IAEA since 1965, so we subscribe to the international agency, which is responsible for nuclear and atomic energy. What really, though, is the objective of regulatory oversight? Regulatory oversight is of such that it must be structured. It must be very structured to ensure that all the sections in the value chain is covered and properly regulated, right? The IAEA, in its safety standards, speaks to this, and I'll just read it because it encapsulates succinctly what the objective of a regulatory oversight ought to be. The regulatory process shall be a formal process that is based on specific policies, principles, and associated criteria, and that follows specific procedures as established in the management system. The process shall ensure stability and consistency of regulatory control and shall prevent subjectivity in decision-making by individual staff members of the regulatory body. The regulatory body shall be able to justify its decisions if they are challenged, and in connection with its reviews and assessments and its inspections, the regulatory body shall inform applicants of the objectives, principles, and associated criteria for safety on which the requirements, judgments, and decisions are based. They went further to say that there shall be consistency in decision-making process of the regulatory body and in the regulatory requirements themselves to build confidence among interested parties. So the whole aim of that is to ensure that we have a structure that persons can rely on, that it is dependable, that the criteria is already out there, and everyone can basically see what it is that they have to meet and what it is the regulatory body has to meet or any other player in the value chain has to meet in order to maintain the four main concerns: the safety, security, disposal of waste, and the safeguards that ought to be in place. So in developing the regulatory oversight, the IAEA outlines what they consider to be the most important. I'm not going to read all of them for time's sake, but the one which we are focusing on today is that the comprehensive regulatory framework. And I list the others below because on paper you can have a nice regulatory framework, but in order to have an effective regulatory framework, then the others must be met. You must have leadership, you must have funding, you must have the skills, you must have the training, you must have the infrastructure, you must be able to retain your staff, you must be able to do all of those things in order to ensure that there is effective regulation. And this is why, as pointed out earlier, as a regulatory body, is going to need the involvement of the government in order to fund the regulatory agency to a level to ensure that the skills are of such that they are available and that they are retained and that they are maintained. There are a number of international instruments that concerning nuclear safety and nuclear liability. There's also on nuclear waste, but it would have been some of it I didn't go into. There's the Convention on Nuclear Safety, 1996, that it came into force. There's a Joint Convention on the Safety of Spent Fuel Management and the Safety of Radioactive Waste Management, which came into force 2001. There's a Convention on Early Notification of Nuclear Accident, which comes into force 1986. Convention on Assistance as a case of nuclear accident or radiological emergency, 1987. And Jamaica, this is the only convention that Jamaica has acceded to, and they did so in 2014. There's the Convention on Physical Protection of Nuclear Material and its amendment. In terms of nuclear liability, there's the Vienna Convention and the others for dispute and resolution. So these international instruments, the emphasis as pointed out by Professor Riley or Dr. Riley, is that this area is heavily regulated. They consider it so serious that they are not willing to engage unless governments are involved, because that's how serious they consider this to be. So, given that you have the international instruments, which are the treaties, you also have the safety standards and other standards that the IAEA has published. And I just give some examples of those in terms of its safety standards, in terms of its security standards. They even go down to computer security. And I put that there to show, because as we evolve with cyberspace and cyber and hacking and all of that, the concerns are there, and they're addressing every aspect of the value chain, as I see. In terms of our local circumstances, I indicated earlier that Jamaica only subscribed to one of the conventions. However, in 2015, an act was passed, and we have a copy of, the Nuclear Safety and Radiation Protection Act. And under this act, a lot of the information, although we were not signatories to those conventions, a lot of those provisions were imported into the legislation and the regulations. So in that, when you look at it, it gives a summary of what is covered. For time's sake, I will just move forward. And of course, the Hazardous Substance Regulatory Authority would be dealt with. Generally, the act covers the entire span. It's a principal act, from the introduction of a nuclear material installation, down to its waste, to inspections, everything, application for licenses, everything is detailed in the Act. Then there is a regulation that provides even more detail as to how the regulatory authority is to carry out its duties and what it is to consider when it is considering any matter that is put before it. Licensing, whether it's any decision, I mean, the waste, how to dispose, how it considers the information that is submitted to it. There's also an appeals tribunal where if anyone is dissatisfied with the decision of the authority, then they can appeal to the appeals tribunal. Along with this, if we should put in nuclear power, we would also be subject to intermittent inspection and assessment from the international agencies. So it just isn't a case where we put something in and it is just left alone. The international agencies come in and they do their inspection, they do their assessments, and to see whether or not there are any gaps, what needs to be improved. So there would be this periodic assessment from our international partners as well to ensure that the safety and security of the nation is not at stake. In 2018, the IAEA came to Jamaica and did an assessment along with the PIOG, and they gave a report. In that report, some gaps were pointed out. One, the regulatory authority needed capacity building. It needed to be properly resourced financially and with personnel with the requisite skills. The authority, of course, would be engaged in the various activities, licensing, radiation safety, etc., and the implementation of the protocols and the obligations under the Act. And they would have to ensure that that is in place. They also pointed out that in terms of infrastructure, there need to be safer and secure storage of spent radioactive sources that are in place. Infrastructure for that should be in place. At the time of the report, which is 2018, it was not. There needed to be some robust inventory to account for over 450 nuclear and medical radioactive sources, which were then currently in the island. And the government, I see, has been registering those various equipments, etc. So if you go online, you'll see who has X-rays, who doesn't have this, what. So they have started to do that inventory, I see. They also pointed out that monitoring equipment needed to be in place to ensure quality control and calibration, and the establishment of a dedicated disposal site for radioactive waste. Again, the discussion today, whether recycling is the way to go, or do we ship it back, or what do we do? That would now be taken into place a policy. In fact, the Act actually speaks to you developing a policy for it, and so that has to be in place. The development of a national strategy for education and training, which was pointed out that there's a roadmap to do that, and Jamaica needs to become a party to the relevant international conventions. So as it relates to the electricity sector is governed by the Electricity Act of 2015, and we have the Office of Utilities Regulation as well. We have the oversight entities, which we have been shown, and we have the stakeholders. The current licensing process goes through the ministry, and sometimes the OUR is actually asked to do its review of those licenses. Now, if we should have nuclear energy in the electricity sector, there are several questions. Which entity would be responsible for procurement? Would it still be the GPE? The GPE would not have the requisite expertise to do the specs for the RFP process. What would who would then be responsible? So that's a question that really has to be addressed. The second question is, would the authority take that on? Because would they be so positioned? The OUR is also responsible for electricity tariffs. When we do the analysis and see what the tariff ought to be, who now would take that on? Because this is a new area, and the expertise wouldn't really rely in the OUR unless it is imported in or it is sent to somebody else. And so these are some issues that really have to be taken into account when we are looking at the electricity sector and introducing nuclear power. So where we are now and what are the next steps? We really need to close those gaps to ensure that the regulatory framework is not just on paper, but would be effective. Have the resources, have all the things addressed which were pointed out. Enhanced technical cooperation would be of some assistance, but more importantly, I think knowledge transfer is what is the key criteria at this point in time. And of course, contemplated changes to the legislation to ensure that there's harmonization between the electricity sector, because currently the GPE is the one responsible for procurement. But if we should have nuclear, I mean, who would now do it? So those are the things. And thank you. The conversation continues.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lewis. At this point, I'll invite Dr. Riley.
Thanks a lot, Prof. Brown. DDG Lewis touched on a lot of the critical components, critical points. One of the first things I want to mention is similar to the Electricity Act of 2015, the Nuclear Safety and Radiation Protection Act, also 2015, needs to be amended. The thinking there then is that nuclear energy would not be a part of the energy grid. There are restrictions in terms of how nuclear materials can be utilized within the space. So that's just one of the points I want to highlight that will have to be addressed. When we look on a regulatory framework, I'll take it from a different perspective in terms of what currently exists within our space, and a critical look at the code of conduct for the safety and security of radioactive materials through the IAEA. Some of the main considerations that we have to bear in mind is how do we achieve and maintain a high level of safety and security of whatever radioactive materials are used at these facilities. So that's one thing we have to consider. What legislative amendments need to be made to ensure that those facilities are secure, the necessary safety procedures are in place to prevent any harm to the persons who are working with the facilities, persons living within the surrounding environment, as well as the environment itself. So that's one of the key areas that we look into. We have very clear regulations now that dictate what happens with all radioactive material, all sources of ionizing radiation, which we utilize through the HSRA. There are a number of categories of license which are issued, as well as permits and registration issued to different facilities. To possess and handle radioactive materials. 2, to possess and use radioactive materials. 3, there's another license for the importation and exportation of radioactive materials as well. There are also another set of classifications for qualified experts. These are the experts within the space that do the evaluation of the safety procedures, the quality assurance reports and evaluations within the facilities. And they have unique skill sets to facilitate that process. We have no one within that space now with the requisite expertise and knowledge in terms of utilizing radioactive materials for generation of energy. So that is tied now to the human capital and capacity building components. So DDG Lewis mentioned in terms of nuclear regulatory facility having the necessary human capital to undertake the necessary activities to be executed to ensure the safety and security of those SMR facilities. So we have to be looking on, and it's a good place where we are, and it's a lovely partnership looking at universities working together, because we have to be doing some prospecting. What are some of the skills that we require? What technical capabilities will be required in our workforce in the next 15 to 20 years when we move into utilizing SMRs? So you have to position yourselves to ensure that the capabilities are there. We were lucky from the HSR perspective that the University of West Indies had a medical physics program. So there was space, there are persons with the expertise that we could recruit to work within a regulatory body. We were fortunate that Prof. Charles had staff that were trained so we could steal some of them to work within a regulatory authority. So the human capital is also very, very important. So we have to look on that base. What is the training plan as a country, Prof. Rod? How does CMU, UII, UTEC, NCU, all the institutions come together to build out that human capital? What systems will we have in place to prevent unauthorized access, harmful exposure, damage to, or loss of the different sources? What is the transportation plan? When the ISN's high-enriched uranium reactor was moved out of the country, it was a bit more informal, right, Charles? You had a community transportation, 1 and 2 police. But you're looking on a space now, what is the role of the military? What's the role of the police? What's the role of the fire? How does ODPM comes into play? All of that has to be considered in a properly structured and operationalized transportation and security plan. So we have to be looking on that as well. How do we mitigate and minimize accidents? What are the safety protocols and procedures that must be in place within those facilities? We can tell you exactly what is required in a medical facility. We can tell you what is required for ISENS used in a research reactor. We can tell you what happens at the bauxite companies because the law allows for that. But the law does not allow for nuclear energy to be generated or to be introduced into the grid at this particular point. So that's one of the amendments that has to be looked on. So we look at legislation. DDG Lewis touched on the Nuclear Safety and Radiation Protection Act of 2015. We are now doing the Nuclear Security and Radiation Protection Act because we were so concerned about safety that all the decisions that we are focusing on within our space was related to safety and later on security. And it's not just us. It was an international issue. Everyone was more worried about how nuclear technologies, radionuclides, were going to do more harm than good and less focus on the security procedures. So we're working on those now to see how we can move ahead. Management, storage, and disposal. We're having a problem now with management and storage of things as simple as X-ray tubes. Fine, just like X-ray tubes which require energy to be ionized, we're having issues with storing those. There's no facility in Jamaica that stores these ionizing radiation disused sources. The Solid Waste Management Authority will not take them. They're afraid of it. We can't send it to NEPA and say you guys dispose of it. We can't send it to the Ministry of Health and say you dispose of it. So there's a caveat in the regulations that if you bring it in, you need to get it out. What happens if that person can't get it out? We have almost 600 orphan sources in Jamaica. Radioactive materials. They're called orphan sources. Why? Business start, business shut down, people die, people move. So we have to take custody of all of those orphan sources and to see how we can dispose of them. We don't have a storage facility. We have not even got the legislative guidance to have a storage facility under the operation of government. So this is one of the things that, through the Nuclear Energy Working Committee, you have to look on and consider as well. The other areas now, just to give you a quick idea in terms of legislations, we touched on these. And DG Lewis touched on it. I won't go into it too much. But one of the major areas I want us to look on in the regulations. As we plan and we prospect for the next 15 to 14 years, the laws that we have is very, very clear. Under Section 27 of the Nuclear Safety and Radiation Protection Act, it states, a person shall not construct or operate any of the following nuclear installations: a nuclear fuel fabrication plant, a nuclear power plant, an enrichment plant, or a reprocessing facility. The authority shall not grant, as HSRA shall not grant any authorization on this act for any of those. And anyone found in breach of that, there are penalties up to about $5 million or 3 years in jail. So currently, the legislative framework does not allow for the exploitation of energy from nuclear-related materials. So that amendment has to happen. And this brings us to where we are now. What are the next steps? We are looking on, and as Prof. Charles indicated, public engagement and sensitization. Get a general consensus. What are the alternative conceptions? How do we address them? How do we ensure that there are little alternative conceptions or misconceptions within the space, and there's a common understanding? The risk mapping of Jamaica. We have to do a risk mapping. Where are we going to place a SMR plant? Is there a location in Jamaica, in a flat land, where we do not have a lot of persons squatting or living beside that facility? How far is that from the different water sources, just in case anything should happen? So that risk mapping has to be done in terms of location. Preparation of the National Emergency Response Plan for radiological emergencies, that's another critical area. We are not there as yet, even though the regulatory framework has been in place for 5 years, the act has been in place for 9 years, we are not there as yet, which means we have to fast track that process to ensure that we are able to respond to any single thing that happens now. We have ISENS bringing on board a research irradiator very soon with different higher energy radioactive radionuclides as well. So all those transportation plan, emergency plans. What happens if some idiot see the truck and want to thief the truck? And we lose all those cobalt-60 sources, and they bring it right into Tivoli Gardens where you can't find it. You can find it, it's easy to find, but what harm is it going to cause before you find it? What systems do we have in place to allow for that safe recovery? What systems do we have in place to deal with the treatment of the persons who are exposed? There are so many cases all across the world, not relating to SMRs, but just looking at radioactive materials in general. So we have to have those security procedures and plans. Finalizing of the nuclear security regulations, we're working on that now. We have a workshop next week, the 16th and the 17th. I know OUR is invited, Sir Brian invited as well, and several of our key partners. So we can look on how do we frame the regulations to advance Jamaica to cover all these critical areas. So the letters will be sent out later. I apologize for the late notice. Prof, I'm using to advertise something, sorry. And to look on, because this is it, the consultations are important. When the NSRP regulations were coined, there was a limited consultation. And I can tell you, compliance now for the Nuclear Safety and Radiation Protection Act and regulations at 36%. Right? So you're having 64% of the facilities with ionized and radiation sources not licensed, not monitored, resisting the regulations. We cannot afford for that to happen when we're going the route of SMRs. There must be effective consultations at all levels so persons are fully aware. We are working from the back end to sensitize persons that, hey, this regulation is in place. You need to have your license. You need to have this. So we have to take a strategic, structured approach, and as Prof indicated in terms of the milestones approach, in the public engagement, so everybody's aware, they know what their roles and their responsibilities are, and there's agreement at the onset, and they are not just instructed later on to get on board. I'll rest it there for now, and we can have more discussions and see how we can flesh these things out a bit, so there's general consensus in terms of how we move forward and how we can strengthen the existing regulations and how to better implement what already exists as well. Thanks much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Riley. Thank you, Dr. Riley. And I hear in your presentation coming out, the cultural revolution is necessary. Mr. Fagan, your turn, sir. The floor is yours.
Thank you, thank you. Good afternoon, audience. Good afternoon, those who are in cyberspace. Normally, it would be very difficult for me to speak after such eloquent speakers such as Dr. Riley and our own DDG, Cheryl Lewis. But conversely, it is very easy for me because most of what I wanted to say would have already been said. So there's not much for me to add at this time. However, as indicated, I was asked to introduce myself, and Valentine Fagan. I am a power systems engineer professional engineer of about 40 years experience. Many persons may not know that I have also a special honors degree from the University in Physics, in addition to engineering degrees. Actually, I was a medical physicist, so I can relate to the cobalt-60 teletherapy and the radium needles and the other radiation material. And I would be dating myself if I say our monitoring included film badges to monitor radiation levels in those days, the badges were sent to England for processing. But enough of that. I have spent 40 years in the power systems field, from many positions, including vice presidents of generation planning, etc. At the utility. I have more than a decade in regulation from a technical perspective at the OUR. I have been involved in grid code development, gas conversion, renewable energy evaluation, but that's enough about me. Yes, but I am very heartened by the speakers, their presentation. So I believe what is left for me to do is to speak briefly on the technical aspects of the regulation. And Cheryl spoke copiously on the legal requirements, and she has identified gaps in the current regulatory framework. And it is a norm or a practice that whenever new technologies or new systems are introduced, obviously the first thing we have to do is to look at whether those regulations or the existing regulations would accommodate these changes are, and if not so, what are the assessment and the changes that needs to be effective to make these new additions to the system safe and perform as expected. In respect to nuclear power plant addition, and you may well know that there is a grid code that speaks to the addition of new generating capacity on the electricity grid, and that code speaks to the entry requirements, to get onto the grid, and in terms of what are the technical standards that must be complied with, and also what is the performance expected in terms of grid impact. Is it a source of insecurity and reliability to other units? Because generation plants, they have long lifetime, very long lifetime, 20 years and upwards of more. We have some systems here now that are close in 40, 50 years. So the point I am making is that whenever a plant is including the system, including nuclear plant, there must be precautions, there must be systems to ensure that these plants continue to operate in parallel, interact with the existing systems. And so regulations are needed. The OUR has, based on its mandate, developed a number of codes we call the electricity sector grid codes, and those codes prescribe the procedure. It's really the rules for operating the systems. So those rules, in keeping with the requirement and the other stringent requirement of a nuclear power plant, of necessity, must and should be updated. There are provisions in the Act, or let me not say the Act, but the codes, to upgrade themselves, so to speak. There are provisions that every number of years, as the situation dictates, those codes are to be updated and re-promulgated. So that is one way we need to keep step, and that process has to take place in good order for us to be able to safely accommodate this system. And before I close, another issue we have in terms of accepting new generating units on the grid is the environmental impact assessment study. That even becomes more crucial, where we do, or the environmentalist group, simulations of the worst case scenarios in terms of effluents, impact on what the environmentalists say, fauna and flora, and the other sea, water, temperature, etc. That now becomes critical. But one of the issues I would like to leave you with is the issue of scenario planning. One of the members of the audience related that what is built by man can fail, regardless of, and we always try our best to have redundancy security systems, but there is that little HILP, we call it, high impact, low probability incident, and in some places you only get one, because that would be enough. So we have to be very careful. So I would just suggest that included in the program is facilities for scenario planning even before any plan comes in as part of the planning process, so we can simulate and develop radiation maps regarding the fallout, if such, I know in some views unlikely, but still possible, to ensure the fallout, the radius, and the evacuation route, and all the other issues in terms of impact on agriculture and other activities. So I would like to leave you with those thoughts, and I will be on the panel to take any questions, but I must say thanks to the previous speakers and especially to DDG Lewis for making my job here very easy. Thank you.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Fagan. You can hang on to your mic because questions will come up. I think I'll go with 3 questions. I'm gonna have 2 questions for the panel, the panelists, even though it's 3, and then 1 for the audience. So what I would want, Mr. Fagan, I think you could take this question. With a small capacity grid like ours, let's say one of these SMR plant at maybe about 200 megawatts coming on, and if you think about that, that is going to run anywhere from 20% to about 25% of our grid, and we know that there is a consideration that no one plant should be more than 10%. How would that factor in? You could answer that. And then the other 2 panelists, what I'll ask you is that, I know you would have said it before, but if you could just kind of percolate it for us, because it's kind of a whole lot of things to digest. Percolate it for us. Let's say if we would need 2 other regulating agencies, would we need other regulating agencies? We know we have the HSR, we have the OUR. What areas would they regulate? You don't have to give the whole gamut, but maybe we could just talk about 1 or 2 and things. So before my question to the audience, do you remember it's not a movie, it's an animated show, Simpson? And I have a question. Madam Chair, do we have any other gift bags or anything that we could give? No, I mean, not leftovers, none. Oh, okay, I have some candies in my bag, so I can't give that. I can't give that out. But the question is, you would have watched The Simpsons. What was the profession of Homer Simpson, and where did he work? Huh? He worked at a nuclear plant, and then what was his? Yeah, you will get it. And what was his function there? He was a controller and a nuclear inspector. So he was correct. But there are a couple of cases, even one day when he was exiting the plant, he had a piece of nuclear material on him. So basically what Dr. Riley is saying, it might sound funny or sound whatever, but that is one of my concerns. I know I said it to my friend. I have someone here that I said it anecdotally, that, what if one day somebody turn up to your thing and say, boy, I have a piece of nuclear we want to sell you and things like that. We can laugh at it. But we as Jamaicans, we kind of understand. A man working here and him see some things and him here say, boy, it's important and things like that. Who knows, maybe I get a piece and I try to sell it and make some money. All right, good. So let the panel answer the questions that I pose, and then I'll turn over to, yes.
Thank you for that question. Very important question. In fact, this is one of the fundamental questions that we ask ourselves. What is the largest size plant that the grid can accommodate? You said 200, that's huge. But there are conditions. As we speak now, we have plants of capacity of over 190 megawatt, which is close.
Yeah.
But the thing is, no one incident because of how it is configured on the system. Those plants are combined cycle and they are made up of 3 separate components. So it is how you interconnect them. So the loss of any circuit then will not impact the full 190 megawatts. And this is a configuration that you would have to consider. The other issue, if it is 200, as you said, in block, considerations have to be given to how do we maintain this plant? Do we take it out as a single block? Because, you know, the larger the size plant, it's more expensive for the system because you have to have larger reserve margin, because one of the fundamental principles in the generating system is that you must be able to supply customer demand. If your largest unit is out, plus another unit is out on forced outage, unanticipated outage. So size matters, it really matters important, both in terms of cost and reliability, and in terms of also dynamic, let me say the dynamic stability of the system. So it's very important that we manage the size. I think 200 in one interconnection would be a bit large.
Thank you. Thank you.
Since they are model, could you then suppose that what a 200 megawatt plant is made up of 450 megawatt modules?
Yes, that is, in fact, that was what I inferred to in the combined cycle, because the combined cycle is really made up of 340s under 72. And the interconnection arrangement is such that you could lose one without impacting significantly on the other, because there are facilities to allow them to be isolated.
Right. So you could transfer that across for the SMR.
I would theoretically think you could do that. And SMR, if you have the models like 365, 3 times 60, yes. 3 times 70, it could be done. I'm not sure the commercial size, no, but that would have to be the consideration if you are going to interconnect those plants to the system.
Yeah, because the same way there's so much consideration that has come in where you place it. If you find one spot where you can place 3 times 60, rather than trying to go find 3 spots to place 60 megawatt SMR.
Yeah, you could do them at once, but it's just how you interconnect them on the incoming lines, etc.
I have a question, thanks. There is a question that was said from Dr. Williams. Yeah. I was reading your slide, said part of the issue was no one should operate a nuclear plant, something to that effect. It begs the question from the back end. How would that nuclear material get into Jamaica for someone to? I'm assuming that if somebody wants about a nuclear plant, the nuclear system would have been here, or the fuel.
All right, 2 things.
Sorry, in that vein, what I'm saying, are we saying that the possibility that somebody can have nuclear material in Jamaica without we knowing?
Without what?
Us knowing.
Yes. There have been, and as I mentioned, the orphan sources. Bear in mind that the regulations kicked in 2019, pretty much. And the HSRE has been operating from 2017. So before the HSRE came on board, you know, the government could not account for the different radionucleotides that exist within the space. And as I mentioned, that we have over 600 orphan sources. And those are sources that have no owners. So you have the brachytherapy needles, for example, that's 410. They are within health, they are in other entities. You have nuclear gauges as well. You have fill gauges as well, different bauxite companies that, those owners have left. So it always allowed for the movement of those materials, but as the regulations got tighter and the international monitoring becomes more tighter, the government had to get a regulatory body to allow for the entry of radioactive materials. So if the HSR never came on board, Prof. Charles and his team wouldn't be able to bring those materials in because of the heavy regulatory framework. Right?
But you're also saying though that we have no means, my question, of assessing if someone's bringing in radioactive material illegally.
Before, but no, they can't.
How?
Because in order for a category 1 or 2, a high-risk radioactive material to enter a country, the country that is coming from must get consent from us before it can leave their borders.
That is the official route I'm talking about. What about the unofficial route?
You can't put a radioactive material in your pocket,
No, they know to move it.
No, if you put it in your pocket, you're not going to live to deliver it.
Go ahead, Dr. My question is the DDG, and it may come back to Riley. I noticed you listed a list of conventions, but you said that Jamaica had only signed on to one. You also outlined that the IAEA came here, did an assessment, and the last part of that is that we must accept, but we've only accepted one. Is there a plan afoot to do the others? Is there a cost associated? Does that inhibit us going towards the SMR? Are there any other unforeseen challenges? Even though we have our own act that seems to account for those, I know in some instances they still want us to ratify the international convention. So therein lies my question.
Okay, I know, for example, that before the IAEA signs off on any country to properly utilize nuclear for power, you must sign on to these international instruments. Based on the report which was put out, it says that it is the intention of Jamaica to do so. I was not able to ascertain whether or not we have done so or in the process of doing so, because the status of those treaties are listed of all the countries who has accepted, ratified, or didn't rejected or have reservations. And Jamaica was not on the list of those countries as the latest status update. So I don't know where, as a government, we are.
I can jump in for a sec. Right. All right. So remember, we just started talking about SMRs in September, October last year. All the agreements with the IAEA, they are voluntary. So they are not things that are instructed. They are voluntary instruments that governments will sign on to. We sign on to the Code of Conduct for the safety and security of radioactive materials. And we're going through a series of evaluations of the different agreements to be promulgated. Some are with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. The legal team in our parent ministry also doing some evaluations and some other agreements. So when you think of it, there wouldn't have been much of a value for Jamaica to sign off on that agreement. Bear in mind that we never considered and we outlawed using nuclear technologies for energy. So now the discussions have started, then they will have those consultations and review to see how what other agreements or conventions will sign on to.
There was a question. I didn't see the safeguards agreement put up there, or the additional protocol. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you're aware that we had signed on to the
safeguards.
Well, when I checked the website, it didn't say Jamaica.
No, because we actually do get inspections from the IAEA for the reactor.
Oh, okay.
So we signed on to safeguards.
Oh, you signed about 3,
okay.
Charles? You signed about 3 already?
Yeah, we had safeguards. I think that was in '78. Mm-hmm. We signed on to the additional protocol, I think, in 2004, and then the unannounced access, I think, in 2011 or something like this. So we've signed a few along in the safeguards.
Those weren't on my list.
Oh, okay, okay.
Because as I said, it was too much to put on, and because of the presentations,
right.
I kind of pulled out the ones that directly dealt with nuclear power installation.
Right, right. Safeguards is a big one for that.
So Charles is correct. We wouldn't have signed the ones related to nuclear power because it was never considered. Prof. Brown, to follow up on the question that you had asked before we move. When it comes down to do we need a new regulatory body for nuclear energy, I think that decision is up to the government in terms of whether or not to expand the capacity of the HSRA to cover that aspect. And they also have to look on what exists in other countries. And Charles can correct me if I'm wrong, countries that utilize the nuclear power have institutions or regulatory body primarily for those particular services. The HSRA covers ionized radiation generally in terms of radionuclides for R&D, for medicine, for research, and other aspects, trade and so forth. But it is not within our scope because nuclear technologies for energy generation is not legal. That doesn't fall within our scope now. But I think the discussion going forward is, hey, guess what? This is a new activity. We will need dedicated persons with specialized skill sets. So there may be a need to have an independent body, a standalone body that deals with the regulation for nuclear energy. And bear in mind as well that we're talking about SMRs, and Brian can correct me if I'm wrong, it may not be one. Persons may see it as an investment opportunity, which means that you may need that dedicated team to be evaluating those sites or those activities on a consistent basis. But at the end of the day, after consultation and discussions, the government may decide that, hey, guess what? HSRA, we can expand your scope, or we may put a different entity in place, or look on what exists in US or Canada.
If I may just follow up on that, one of the challenges for a small island state like Jamaica is that we don't have the multiplicity of skills to go around to form different regulatory agencies. So in most instances, the approach has always been, if there's an existing regulatory agency that just needs an expanded scope, then that function will be translated to them, for them, and then empower them because there'll be economies of scale when the work to be carried out. So that is a consideration that would happen here in this case.
Couldn't that agency or that work be extended to the Energy Council? I just want to extend this because you have a lot of work, you have outlined a lot of work to be done, right? You see, and we don't want to wait 10 years before they can start anything. Oh, sorry. The laws in Denmark, Sweden are even more stringent than these. They cannot build anything looking like in terms of nuclear. And they have laws against it, yet they are going ahead privately and against all these laws, taking the things through court while they're working on their nuclear program. So this is not new to Jamaica. It's just that I do not see the capacity, the expertise in your group here, in any part of Jamaica right now, to address all of this work that you have listed there to be done. You stated all these things to be done. 2 agencies can't do it, and you have to come up with something. Someone has to advise the government and have the responsibility to do that in the interest of the country. And that's what I want you to answer. How are you going to do all this?
If I can jump in a bit, there's a nuclear energy working committee established by the government of Jamaica with the different agencies and experts within the space to create that roadmap on the different steps as we move towards moving into the establishment of SMRs, looking at regulation. Prof. Charles is the chair of that committee, and he did indicate earlier this morning in terms of the next steps. We're at ground 0, we're going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's a path that is being created by that team. And there are a number of persons who are in this room who sits on that committee. So it's not the OUR only and the HSR. We are just members of that larger body, that has been mandated through the Ministry of Science, Energy and Technology, right, Brian? To provide that level of guidance. And wherever the international experts have been engaged, from the Department of Energy in the USA, International Atomic Energy Agency. So it's not something that OUR and HSR will be doing on their own. It's a collective approach We're exploring all different activities, there are recommendations going forward with all the universities involved as well. And then from there, we'll see what the next steps are. And once that plan is coined, I'm sure that Prof. Charles will share it with the general public in terms of the engagement and sensitization activities. No, I don't think it's related. As Brandon said, it's not related. Yeah, we don't get involved in politics, we're technical people. We're all wear neutral colors.
I just have one question. Something that Professor Brown said earlier. He said it sort of in jest with regard to The Simpsons, and he walks home with a piece of radioactive material in his pocket. And you said something, Cliff, that was like, you can't just walk off with a piece of radio. But there's been a real situation in the US. They stole a truck full of radioactive material. Do you remember this? And they didn't even look for the people. They just said they were going to be dead once they opened the truck, which they ended up dying. But these scenarios do occur. So you have to take that as a contingent. What contingencies plans do you have? Because we thief everything over here, you know?
Yeah, it's true. You have a good point, Magleshan, and that's one of the points we mentioned in terms of the transportation and security plans. That scenario in the U.S. and similar things occurred in Mexico where persons lost radioactive sources because they stole the vehicle. They're more interested in the vehicle. They don't know what is there. One of the things with Jamaica is that we're afraid of radiation. Someone won't even go into the sun. And you want to put a sign on it with that radioactive things on it, people will even move out of the communities that the truck driving through. Right? So I think there's a cultural perspective in the region, and there's this fear culturally for radioactive materials that those safeguards are not going to be restricted. They will be in place. But there's a lower probability that you will have any incidents of persons move those materials. And not only that, the radioactive materials, they can't be easily accessible either. So if you're looking on one of those cobalt sources, Charles, and Hale is here as well, most of them are very small, but they are locked away in secured places only certain persons can access. And to give him a joke, and Hale can tell you, we had an inspection from our team going into iSense, and I had staff who work at the authority running out of the place, because they're so scared of radioactive materials. And these are people who are trained in the space. And this is, say, someone who hear about all these nuclear bombs and all those stuff. So, the safeguards will be in place, though.
All right. Thank you for that. But just before we take the last question, I like where the discussion is going. And I'm going to ask a question now, because as I see it is where regulatory framework or regulation is concerned. But those individuals that stole the truck, is it our responsibility to protect them from themselves? No. We shouldn't just stand aside and say, well, okay, he's dead. I think we should protect them from themselves, and that's where regulation comes in.
You want my personal opinion or my... In terms of the safeguards, one of the things that our personnel is look into in terms of preventing any diversion or persons stealing different sources is the security plan they have in place. In most cases, persons are required to have armed security forces, they are required to have escorts, they are required to have multiple persons who are designated person within that truck. So if one go to the bathroom, someone is still there. So there are a number of scenarios that they have gone through, and I said before, we are scientists learn from our past mistakes. So a lot of safeguards have been implemented already to ensure the safe movement of the material. Because it's not really, we are concerned about the radioactive source being lost, but the greater impact we're looking at is how many persons are exposed to that lost source. They don't know what they're looking for. They may think it's a watch battery, and them thief the cobalt source and move on down to a hot watch battery that hot.
Okay, one. Okay. I don't know if the panel can answer my question, but one thing I'm constantly here is nuclear fusion, but there are different type of nuclear energy reactor, nuclear. No, that's right. Fusion I'm constantly here, but fusion, because you have a fusion reactor that I'm currently testing. Friends are currently testing them on net year. So since Jamaica till their phase 0 in on the drawing board, what if the next 5 years the nuclear fuel and reactor come out, because nuclear fuel don't require don't produce radiation, don't require radiation fuel to power, and the waste is safe for the environment and the people around it.
That's a good point. As a country, we tend to move with technology, and especially when technology tends to be a bit safer. I don't know if Charles can pitch in, or maybe Brian. But I'm sure, we have a plan for using SMRs. If something more advanced comes up that's easier to access and safe for the environment, I'm sure that the wisdom that exists within the country would move to that, in that direction. Because there's no commitment we have, or contractual obligation that we have, that we must say we want SMR. It is just the best option now, based in terms of the clean energy and the advancements that have happened over the past years. But I'm sure, the government is open and the country is open to alternatives.
All right. Thank you for that very interesting discussion. Please, go ahead. So thank you very much, panelists. And Dr. Riley, thank you very much, because I think you sit on 2 panels back to back. So you're doing a double duty. Sorry, you're not going to be awarded double. Yeah, let's, you want to stand there? Yes. So over to you, Madam Chair.
Oh, I thought you got your bag. Yes, I thought. Wasn't his bag there? Oh, so my apologies. I got a little bit confused there. My apologies. But it is 4:01. You have been an excellent, excellent audience. I'm not asking you to go just yet. I just want to bring up back something here, just so that you know. At the bottom of the program, if you have your phones out right now, can you scan this and complete our event evaluation form? It will guide us. Could you get the light? Yes, it will help us with our other such events. And notice I say other such events. So we've kicked off with this big one. Now, I can tell you, expect a few smaller ones at the institutions. Let us go around and see how we can spread the word and get additional feedback, probably get a little bit more technical. But I must say that it has been a good day. It has been an excellent day. And I'll ask Mr. Kirkland Rowe just to come down and say a few words to me, and then we can be on our way. And I'm quite sure we have learned a lot. I have. I'm an engineer and I've learned a lot. I don't know much about nuclear energy, just what I have been facilities I've been able to tour, but I've learned. All right, Mr. Kirkland.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chambers. Good afternoon. We are at the end of a very long and enjoyable day, right? Very informative. I'll proceed to give the vote of thanks, as I know most people, if not everyone, is urging to leave, wanting to go home. As we draw the curtains on this insightful and enriching nuclear energy forum, I stand before you with a heart that is glad and grateful. On behalf of the organizing committee and the participants, I extend our sincerest appreciation to each one of you who have contributed to the success of this event. Thank you very much. First and foremost, my heartfelt and with regards to the other members of the committee as well goes to Dr. Chambers. We thank her for her impeccable organization and coordination of today's proceedings. Her dedication and leadership have been instrumental in shaping this forum into the impactful gathering it has been today. And of course, as you realize by now, it's not just the members in the room here who have been participating, but the persons have been actively reviewing the sessions online throughout the entire day. So I'm glad that they were able to stay with us online as well. We also extend our deepest gratitude to all our distinguished guests and speakers who have graced us with their presence, who were able to share. We thank them. Also, special thanks to the plenary speakers, Mr. Halley Dennis and Professor Charles Grant, and all the other panelists who have enlightened us with their experience on various facets of nuclear energy. Your presentations and discussions have expanded our understanding and ignited important conversations that will undoubtedly shape the future of nuclear energy in Jamaica, and certainly we expect in the region as well. We also extend our appreciation to the moderators who skillfully guided us through the panel discussions, reminding us of Homer Simpson, and to all the panelists who have shared their knowledge and experiences with us. Thank you very much. We also extend gratitude to the support staff, the volunteers, the technical team, whose behind-the-scenes efforts ensure the seamless execution of this event. We are grateful because there have been some people who have been working assiduously in the background who you would not have seen. Persons like Miss Lynn Cook, Miss Moya Johnson, and Miss Dunkley, some administrative persons who have really been working over a very long time to ensure the success of the event today. We also give special appreciation to our sponsors and collaborators whose generous support made this forum possible. We thank the University of Technology, UWI, OUR, CMU, NCU, Peter Jarvis and Associates, as well as iSense. Thank you very much. Your contributions have been pivotal in bringing together stakeholders from across the nuclear energy sector and fostering meaningful dialogue and collaboration, which is very important if we are to go forward in the development of our energy sector, especially with regards to nuclear energy. Thanks also to the other media. We have our in-house media team that have been doing on the broadcast online. Thank you very much. We also thank the persons from the RJR group that were here today broadcasting and doing the interviews to ensure that the national interest is there to ensure that persons from the public are made aware, and so some form of capacity building and awareness taking place. We also give special thanks to the KLS Omega team who gave us the opportunity to share that this event was happening today as well on a broadcast yesterday. Last but not least, to all our attendees, both online and face-to-face, thank you for your active participation, the questions you asked, for engaging in the discussion and unwavering enthusiasm throughout the day. Your presence has enriched this forum and made it truly collaborative and impactful platform for knowledge exchange. Certainly, we would have planned this event with you in mind, and your presence, both online and face-to-face, is quite meaningful. As we depart from the forum today, let us carry forward the insights gained and the connections made to continue our collective journey towards a sustainable and prosperous future in nuclear energy. Thank you once again to everyone who has contributed to the success of this Nuclear Energy Forum. Your support and participation is invaluable, and we look forward to continued collaboration and progress in the days ahead. Certainly in a few days, approximately, let me see, what day is it today? So in approximately 11 days, from May the 13th to the 15th, we will have our nuclear energy symposium that we are inviting you once again to participate. It's a little bit more involved. It gets into the details of the SMR technology, and we welcome you. Persons can register for just 1 day, 2 days, or the entire 3 days. And the poster is all around. If you are not yet aware or have not yet registered, please do so quickly. Thank you very much.
So we look forward to seeing you at other events that will be announced in the same fashion as this one. Have yourselves a good afternoon, a good evening.